Welcome to round three of Sardinia World Chess Festival. And as we got the confirmation, this is now not only the festival tournament, but also a part of FIDE circuit. So, which means that players have all the incentives to play well here because it's part of the official FIDE cycle, so to speak. Like, this is how Gukesh, our current challenger, made it to the candidates tournament by scoring a lot of points in the circuit and therefore qualifying for the candidates. Anyway, so a start of round three. Already after two rounds, we have some leaders. Already the tournament standings is split a little bit. So people on 100%, people on, 1.5 out of 2. So here, for instance, on your screen, you have all the players, I believe, on 2 out of 2. All the players on 2 out of 2.
Yeah, these are the standings of round 2.
Yes, and if you look at the second row of numbers, right? So the first one is, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but the second row is their placement in the starting rating. So if you check carefully, number 2, number 5, number 8, so a lot of top seeds didn't make it for 2 out of 2. They couldn't win both of their games.
This is very interesting because the strong players, they are having some difficulties to play against international masters. And
So, okay. So anyway, this is how our leading group looks like. Then I think we could take a look at at yesterday's results, right? So that's Fedoseev, as we can see, drew yesterday. Then Shevchenko, one of the top seeds, even lost to Yankelevich, and so on and so forth. And then we can take a look at today's pairings, maybe, if we have them. Yeah, the round, as you can see, has already started. And yeah, I'm checking on board 2. Pichot is not having his opponent. He played e4. I mean, I'm not saying we have to go to board 2, but just like the game started with e4 and no reply from the opponent.
Yeah.
And today, you do not expect them to be late. Tomorrow will be 2 rounds, so there will be a morning round, and therefore some people would be late, perhaps, but not today.
They have, I think, like 50 minutes to arrive to the game.
Yeah, so it's not zero tolerance. And always thought it was a little bit stupid rule. Like, like you could be in the playing hall and still lose the game simply because you're not seated at your board. Doesn't make any sense, but 15 minutes seems fair enough.
But it's still important to
be on time, of course.
Yes.
Okay, and the pairings for today's round, boards 1 to 10. So Sanan Sugirov, black against Zalmakhanov. So it's Kazakhstan versus Hungary. And Sanan is the top seed with 2 out of 2, right? Pichot on the second board already. We were following his games closely. He's white today against Joseph Girel from France, right?
Yes, France.
Daniel Darda, we have Jules Moussard, we have Niklas Huschenberg on the top boards. And on board 6, the birthday boy, Francesco Sonis, today has his birthday. And let's see. I don't know if you, Alexandra, if you ever played a game of chess on your birthday,
because it's your day, you have a high probability to have lucky that day or inspired or be happy. So I hope he wins today's game.
We'll see. Have you ever played on your birthday?
In my birthday?
In the tournament? Oh.
I don't think so. I don't remember. How about you?
No, of course I played. It's my birthday is end of the year, and usually you have a lot of tournaments around this time. So of course I've played even like two rounds the same day, sometimes. And
2 rounds.
Yeah, 2 double round. So imagine tomorrow someone has a birthday and has no chance to have a birthday party because
No.
because 2 rounds. Anyway, today we only have 1. It's round 3. Let's get started with the games. And
I want to mention today we have a really exciting game.
in the streamers section,
Yes.
yeah, 2 border sisters playing each other. This is
The first time
funny.
in history, yeah.
This is funny. So you're saying they never played on stream?
Well, no,
That they probably played on
yes,
stream, like
they never play on classical game before
over the board game.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, an
Okay.
official
That makes
game.
sense. That makes sense. Right. So we are starting with game analysis. So this is once again Zhalmakhanov against Sugirov on board 1. The Ruy Lopez, knight f6, bishop e7, and remember we had d3 in one of the games. Here it's a classical rook to e1, b5, bishop b3, and much more popular would be to castle here. And in our game, Sugirov plays bishop b7. I don't know what's the theory here is. I mean, I feel like white always goes like c3 in order to play d4. You can probably play d3 because the bishop on b7 targets the pawn. So you are saying, okay, I'll play d3. I will not go for d4, but maybe the usual Ruy Lopez plan with bringing knight to g3, trying to get to f5, because there is no bishop on c8 to control f5, so this is also an option.
If d3, there is the possibility to knight a5.
And this is you can do this, but here it is connected with the pawn sacrifice, right? So knight to e5, knight b3, a b3, and who knows, maybe you can play like that. You go d5, ed5, knight d5, and just to sacrifice the pawn. So usually, if I'm not mistaken, this is done after castle.
Yeah.
So let's say if d3 castles and then white plays something like knight d2, then of course you will go for it. Or knight c3 for this matter. Yeah, maybe knight c3 sometimes they would do, controlling d5, and then you can go knight a5, knight e5, takes on b3, go d5, and say, okay, I have enough compensation for the pawn I've sacrificed. Which, by the way, I have no idea if this is enough compensation. It's just this is something that black sometimes do here. Anyway, so this is a current position. I think this might be the first time player with white is a little bit surprised. So he's before that he was playing immediately. Now he starts spending some time. Where that means that we can move to the second board, third board, and so on and so on. The second board, we only have 2 moves played.
Okay.
Funny. So Sicilian, e4, c5,
And
knight a3, and a7, a6. The point of a7, a6 is that if white goes for d4, playing the open Sicilian, black can play e5, and there is no knight b5. Yeah, usually the drawback of going early e5 is that white goes knight b5, wants knight d6, and so on. Here, of course, you cannot play knight b5, and if you go knight f5, black has d5, and the knight is hanging. So, if anything, d4 is not recommended right here. So, 2 main moves, if I'm not mistaken, it's either c4 and then trying to play for Orosei setup with d4 later on, or c2, c3, going for Alapin Sicilian, where black has played a7, a6, which is not always useful. So that's one of the options. And I think Pichot did something else. I think he has played knight c3, just looking at the camera view, and he made a move. We'll have to wait a little bit for the move to appear.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he did play knight to c3. So this is more of a transposition to the closed Sicilian. The closed Sicilian with the knight on f3. It can still, transpose to something like d6, d4, takes, knight f6, and all of a sudden you have the Najdorf. Or in, e6 played, so that means if white goes d4, it will be, again, what is this? I forgot how this mentioned Paulsen Sicilian something, Kann Sicilian, a6, a6. Anyway, So this is not yet the position that we can classify into one of the brackets.
You
So
think
that,
he will go for the close Sicilian, or
I'm not sure, because close Sicilian in this case would be g3, bishop
yes,
g2, and so on. But then you probably want the pawn to be on f4, right? This is what they do. So it's either the knight has to be on e2. Sometimes they do this, like knight e2, g3, bishop g2. And this one, he might go g3, bishop g2. There is no problem. But still, it is, I think it is connected with d4 and not d3 move.
okay. I want to mention that I think many players are playing the open tournaments because they want to get a spot in the Olympiad teams for their countries. So I think the limit date is very soon, and the federations are choosing the players.
Ah, right. So Olympiad is in what, October or September this year,
yes.
right? September, and maybe some teams still do not have the
Yes.
list, and that's why it's very important, of course, to show a good result.
Yeah, it's depending of rating or performance or activity, some cases.
Yeah. So of course, this is part of, especially for chess professionals, it's always like this. This particular tournament matters, but also it's not only limited to, like, say, I'm winning the prize here or something. So you care about your overall rating, you care about your overall kind of results through the year. Yeah. So good call. G3. G3 is played. And I think we can move on.
Yeah. I'm a close Sicilian player, so I like to play close Sicilian against the Sicilian.
Wait. Something really strange. I'm checking board 5. Can we look at board 5? Because you see next to player's name it says draw, which is probably a mistake, right?
I think it's a mistake because
they are playing. Yeah. They are playing. They are at the board. It's just that the transmission error, which says a draw was agreed, and I was checking the games and I see, okay, draw cannot be a draw in 5 minutes. So board 5, it's Niklas Huschenbeth against Philip Boe Olsen. The Caro-Kann defense was e5. Bishop f5, knight f3. Yeah. Why would you agree a draw? It's just a standard theoretical position. The a5 move is somewhat new, I have to say. a5 move is somewhat new to me. I'm not sure. Why would you rush with e7, a5? It is very confusing to me because sometimes white goes a4 and black kind of has to reply a5. So you would almost think this is beneficial for white if black plays a5. So playing a5 voluntarily looks strange, but who knows? Maybe he has prepared something. He didn't spend much time. So probably
I think he's
knows.
into the preparation.
Yeah, probably he knows what he's doing. And then, what else? Boards 3 and 4 I've decided to skip for now because, like, it's very early opening stage. Not much is happening. Is there anything worth looking at?
Maybe we check Fedoseev Vladimir.
Yeah, he made a draw yesterday, Fedoseev, right? But still, he's the yellow favorite, so we expect him to do well overall. So today he's paired against Favaloro. Fedoseev against Favaloro from Italy, right?
Yeah.
And the Queen's Gambit calls but variations. C takes, E takes, Bishop G5, Bishop E7, and Bishop D3, and Knight G to E2. So back in the day, it was considered to be kind of, with the knight on F3, it would be considered acceptable for black. Knight G2 is kind of much more dangerous. So point being, white puts the knight on E2 and then is planning to go, say, Queen C2, F3, and later E4. So that's why you want a knight on E2 and not on F3. Nowadays, people found ways of playing against this plan, so it's no longer considered to be that dangerous. But anyway, a lot of potential tricks, a lot of fight. Black just played knight f8. Knight to f8. The knight is moving to g6, and then later on black will try to play f6. And here, let me recall, I think b4 is one of the possible moves. Like you can try to take and go b4. There is nothing wrong, and this is typical plan, right? I mean, trying to develop some initiative on the queen side. But this would be exchanging the bishop on f6 voluntarily, which you probably don't want to do. But quite possible that b4 immediately is a move, and then if bishop takes, you can take on f6. And then queen takes, you win the pawn back, and if pawn takes, we will get something that we had yesterday. So white sacrifices the pawn, but black's pawns are very, like pawn structure is very damaged. So you do something like queen c2 maybe, and then knight g3, and then f5 or h5. So looks like a promising line for white. So he can try to do this as well. So that's Fedoseev, and impressive how well his opponent prepared. So not spending any time, almost if he expected this particular line. Right. So shall we go all the way down to check the streamers boards?
Okay. Yeah.
The big battle.
Yeah.
The big battle.
One of the most interested games.
One of the most interesting games of the round, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. We will see. Botes against Botes. Botes A against Botes A. Andrea against Alexandra. Andrea having the white pieces.
Andrea plays the London system, so probably Alexandra has prepared against her London.
Yeah. Bishop d3, b6. Okay, so what I know, I mean, you can do a lot of different things against the London. Like, say, you're not forced to get this position. But if you do with black, then white also has the other move. Bishop b5 was, back in the day, was considered quite tricky. Bishop b5, and the point was that if you're naive, if you say play a6, white would trade, go queen a4, attacking this guy. And if you, let's say, take here, go queen d6, then there is queen a3. So the whole point was like to pin this pawn, and then it's very open. So bishop b5, and I'm not quite sure what black's response was supposed to be, because it's not that easy. Some people even would play bishop e7, strangely. Okay, after bishop d3, what was the line? Queen c7 allows dc5, so it's not queen c7. Anyway, b6 should be one of the normal moves, of course. And then white normally goes knight e5, right, and tries to attack, like, you know, queen f3 or queen c2, tries to attack on the king side. So any fans in the chat, like who are like, okay, let's ask your chat, whom are they rooting for?
Yeah, I'm very curious. Chat, who are you?
Who's going to win, Alexandra or Andrea, or it will be a draw? It's unlikely to be a draw. There is no such thing as
Alexandra is stronger than Andrea because has more experience playing Olympiads, international tournaments. Yeah. She has a title. But Andrea is very strong calculating. She has played many online games, tons, and she's doing great in the last tournament she's playing. So I think it's probably a little bit equal. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, previous tournaments that they've played, who played better? You were with them. Who finished higher, Alexandra or Andrea?
I think Andrea. The last
Andrea.
tournament.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Even though like Alexandra is higher rated and so on. Yeah. No, of course it's not easy. Not only playing but managing the streams and so on. Yeah. So the girls are leading in the B tournament, so
Yeah.
both on 2 out of 2. And yesterday we had this discussion, like possibly they play each other, maybe round 3, and it turned out that
Yeah.
we thought round 4, right?
Yeah,
Like,
something
like
not
3 out of 3, and then
yeah.
if you have 3 out of 3, you will play each other. It turned out they play each other with 2 out of 2.
It's very soon. They are playing each other. So the winner will be leading the B group and taking off the glory of the streamers.
Yeah, still, of course, long way to go after this game.
Yeah.
And I think in reality, the most important day, or one of the most important days for the tournament, will be tomorrow, because 2 rounds very hard.
Yeah.
Because it's already round 4 and 5. So if you win 2 games in rounds 4 and 5, you're like very likely one of the leaders. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Today is the big day as well. Okay, so we'll leave the girls thinking. Let's move back to one of the top boards. Hang on a second. Shall we check? What shall we check? So we still have this Hushenbeth Nicholas game showing that it's finished in a draw on board 5. This is funny because the moves keep coming and the result is draw. So I wonder if if at the end of the day it was a correct result, if they will make a draw. That'd be funny. We could check the very next game on board 6. Francesco Sonis. Once again, a man has his birthday today, so of course very important to play well, to have good result in order to have a good move. So a Slav Defense with e3. Remember, we've seen and even discussed something like that. You can play bishop g4, you can play bishop f5,
yeah.
e6 I think was the one that we've seen in the game. So here Francesco's opponent, Edwin Trost from Sweden, went for bishop f5. Bishop f5, knight to c3, e6, and knight h4, trying to exchange this bishop for a knight. Bishop g6, queen b3, queen c7, then white exchanges and simply plays h3. So the pawn was sometimes hanging. It's not immediately, but sometimes this pawn will be hanging. Bishop e7, bishop d2, knight b to d7. Oh, there were many games in this position, and similar positions also. It's somewhat confusing because sometimes black would play queen b6 instead of queen c7, right? I mean, when the pawn was attacked. Sometimes, like the bishop would go to d6, so it's a little bit tricky to tell one from the other. I don't think I've seen the combination of h3 and bishop d2, because h3, bishop e7, bishop d3, and then castles short was played, and among other, it was played by Magnus Carlsen. Then you just castle and you pretend that the king is safe. I mean, probably it is safe. Bishop d2 usually is played with the idea to go rook c1 to disturb black, and say if black castles, you can win a pawn like this. Knight takes, and queen takes, using the pin on the c-file. So after rook c1, black would have to react somehow. dc4 is possible. Funny enough, knight b6 is possible. So you guard this, you provoke c5, but you're not that unhappy. In case of c5, you go back, and then you have a clear plan of going e5. So you lost some time, but also white not necessarily happy to go c5.
He helps you to decide.
Yeah. And rook c1 is on the board, so now black will have to decide what move exactly is he planning. And he did go knight b6.
Oh.
He did go knight b6.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm wondering, it could be that c5 is not the greatest move, by the way. And I'm not even sure what you are supposed to do here. as white, because taking on d5, black takes with the e-pawn, and somehow this kind of Carlsbad with Carlsbad structure, again, similar to, like if you look at the pawns only, it's very similar to Fedoseyev's game, the Carlsbad structure. Okay, pawn is on g6 instead of h7. And of course you would prefer the bishop to be out of the kind of behind the pawn chain, more active. So here, of course, you can play this position, but this is somewhat stupid. White doesn't have the real plan to break through, and the pawn on d5 is defended for now. So cd5 does not promise much. c5 may be the best move, but also the most risky move, because black will have e5. Black maybe wants b6 if you don't pay attention. Maybe b6 is something to worry about. And if you do something irrelevant, like bishop b2, black is fine just taking on c4, exchanging, and then goes castles, goes e5, or prepares c5, and black is fine. Okay. Okay, so looks like we are back, right? Had some issues, but all resolved for now. And let's go to the board one, because something very funny happening here. This is the real position. Yes, the king f8 thing. So bishop b3, bishop b7, this is what we've seen, right?
Yeah.
And then white played d4. Black captured knight takes d4. Now, if you take knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes, it will be a terrible mistake, because black goes c5, goes c4, wins the bishop. If you take on e5, black is also happy, because he can take b3, a b3, and then let's say, I don't know if it's possible to take the pawn, maybe it is, but even if it's too risky, you can castle, and you can have the position we were discussing, right? So that black plays d5 and has compensation, but you didn't sacrifice the pawn with black, right? So it's even better, yeah. It's better. However, after d4, knight d4, white says, wait a second, I can take on f7.
Is this?
Yeah, and if you take back, it's check, king goes, I say e8.
And queen takes the
and queen takes d4, right? So the crazy thing that I was thinking about, I don't know if it's actually possible.
King
Can
E6.
black go king e6? So that after you take, I don't know, some c5. And I understand, yes. I mean, it looks ridiculous, right, with the king on e6. Probably you just move, and then in order to justify previous play, black has to take on
Oh
e5,
my god,
which is
imagine
too
the
much.
king in the center of the board.
Yeah, wait a second. I need to check.
With the NG.
Actually, in case of queen d1,
Black is
king
weak.
e5, black is fine.
Yeah.
Black is fine. Let's check. So after king e6, no, white is much better. Queen d4, c5, and queen c3. Yeah,
Defending the
okay,
knight.
makes sense. And if before queen h3, this is how white wins. And if you go here, it's bishop f4, king f4, and queen f5. Okay,
nice.
my idea
Very
didn't
nice
work.
combination.
My idea didn't work. Anyway, so looks like black just blundered with bishop f7, but he goes king f8, and it turns out it's not so simple. Because now, if you take on e5, black has d7, d6, attacking the knight. If knight goes, takes the bishop. If queen d4, it's this, this, this. And you move the bishop back, and black wins the pawn. And he's reasonably developed, so kind of acceptable position. So they continue playing after bishop f7 and king f8.
I think they are playing the
yeah,
line you say.
They do they? Yeah, right. So I'm somewhat surprised that we don't get the update for this game. We are not getting update. So I wonder, like you see on a digital board, we are not getting the moves. I can input the moves for this particular game, but it looks like something is off. Yeah, but you're right. They are following the line that I've shown.
Okay, we are back.
Yeah, we are back, and immediately back to this game. So as soon as we get the board, yeah. So bishop f7, king f8, and king f8 is a clever move. So now after knight e5, d6, you have to take on d4, d5, queen takes, rook takes, and white's thinking again. Now if you move the bishop to b3, think knight e4, then black has some bishop c5 ideas, black has knight c5 even. So according to the machine, it's roughly equal, let's say. So
Which
suggests knight c3.
Which color do you prefer here?
I still feel like white should be somewhat better because king on f8 is like a little bit misplaced.
And the e5 pawn, maybe?
Yeah, so my kind of problem is that I cannot take e5 pawn now because rook d1, right? So, but something like, I don't know, knight. So if I go a4, it's b4. And then it's very hard to develop this knight. So you can go f3, hoping for the knight to move away, and then white develops like knight d2, knight c4, and so on. But after f3, black has some strange tactic. Check here, king f1, and then a5. So now if you take, it's check, and a checkmate on
Checkmate coming soon.
checkmate on d1. Yeah. In fact, I just realized it's not a checkmate because white can play c3,
But it
takes, then block and
Oh,
cover
nice.
d1. But black is winning here. Black is winning with rook b8, attack the bishop, and then takes on b2. So again, very, very tricky tactical line, but white
So crazy.
yeah, white shouldn't take the knight. So computer continues the line with bishop c4, knight d6, bishop d3, and some position like that. Rook e8, and probably it's equal. Later on, you go king f7, you bring the other rook into game. Anyways, and this is a very, very interesting opening line. And now looking at the clock, Zubirov barely spent any time, so he's clearly prepared for this. He's clearly prepared.
I think he would not have many problems playing this position.
Yeah, well, if he analyzed everything at home, then yeah. So position is like roughly equal according to computer. Even if there is some problem, he seems to be well aware of it and analyzed everything. Could go to board 2. Again, Alan Pichot against Joseph Girel. Our close Sicilian became open Sicilian after white played d4, sorry. Knight d4, queen c7, bishop g2, all theoretical moves. Bishop c5, bishop f4. It's a very, very old line. Very, very old line. Bishop f4, and now this endgame is considered to be better for white because somehow black cannot really. Okay, let's say if black is able to go king e7, d6, he's fine, but he's not in time. There is always some like rook d1, and if you take on c3, it's a check on d6. So you cannot go for this endgame. You have to go d6, queen d2. h6 to stop bishop g5, I guess. Rook a d1, e5, bishop e3, bishop to b4. I think the old theory was castles, bishop c5, pawn takes, and some f4, something like that. Maybe, I'm not sure. Bishop b4. So now, is white much better after knight b5? I want to ask myself. I'm attacking the queen, right? And the bishop.
But surprisingly, black didn't spend any
Yeah,
time.
so this is the only surprise. You're absolutely right. Because
it looks like it's a prep. Everything is prepared.
Because let's say if I don't have this information, I would think, yeah, probably black just mixed up something and bishop b4 is not a good move. I can go knight b5 and be much better. Now seeing that he didn't spend any time means he's prepared. I'm double checking if it works at all. Still, I don't see what's wrong with knight b5. A b5 is not something I would be worried about, right? Queen takes, b5's hanging, d6 hanging. Okay, I'll check with the engine right now. Well, it turns out this is playable for black. Like rook takes a2, and it says it's not so bad. After knight b5, yeah, a b5 is the move after knight b5. A b5, queen b4, rook a2.
And c3 there, maybe?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, could do, but we're a pawn down, so we have to take this guy. Yeah, maybe we could go c3 and then take on d6 after castle. Computer takes on d6 immediately, and it's pretty much the same position, I guess. Castles, and then still we'll need to take care of these pawns. Now actually rook b2 is a threat. So what it does, it goes back to d2. And the fact that we have this bishop on g2 is probably not great, right? So it would be much better to have it on e2. Roughly equal, surprisingly, because I would think this should be better for white. No. So indeed, black has prepared everything. And if we don't want to go for that, can we do... like, no, a3, he'll just take it. He'll just take it. Interesting. Yeah. So not that many options. It looks like white has to go knight b5.
And he's thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking. He already spent some time, and now he's thinking.
Minutes.
Now he's thinking again. h6. Wait, could it be that here you needed to do something else? I'm not sure. Knight a4. Maybe knight a4 was the old-fashioned line. Knight a4, e5, knight c5, dc5, bishop e3, something like that. This also could be the line. Yeah, so he's thinking knight b5 is the move that he's looking for and probably will end up playing. On board 1, I'm back to board 1, white played bishop e6 instead of bishop b3. I think doesn't change much.
No.
It should be the same.
Knight takes
The
e4.
same thing. Black wins the pawn back and should be close to equal. So let's move on. Let's move
Maybe
to...
we watch
Tell me.
Paul Belton from France against Daniel Darda.
Yeah, board 3, board 4, and so on. Yeah, so on board 3, Daniel Darda with black is playing... How it's called? I keep forgetting how it's called. I know people call it the Kalashnikov Sicilian, but I'm getting annoyed with this one, so I had some better name. So it's delayed Sveshnikov or whatever, or accelerated Sveshnikov. The Sveshnikov line without knight f6, knight c3. So knight b5, d6, c4. This allows white to play c4 instead of having the knight on c3 already. g6, bishop d3, bishop e6. g6 is not something that I think was played very often. Anyway, castles. Rook c8, knight 5 to c3, so he just moves the knight back. And black played a funny move, bishop to h6. Bishop to h6. And the reason for that, it's mixed feelings about exchanging these bishops for black. Because, like, the bishop, you could say bishop on e7 is passive, and what we chess players refer to as bad bishop. But there is a funny saying that bad bishops defend good pawns. The pawn on d6, the pawn on d6, like with the exchange of these bishops, it will be harder for black to defend the pawn on d6 if ever this becomes a problem. And the reason for black to defend, to exchange these bishops is that he eventually will play knight d4. So this is the square for the black knight, and bishop could control d4, and therefore black is trying to exchange it. So bishop h6, knight d5 immediately, bishop c1, queen c1. So even here, one of the options is to take the knight on d5 and to go knight d4. I'm actually not sure. I thought e d5, but maybe c d5 is also a move. C d5, knight d4, queen d2. But looks promising for black. Like, knight on d4 is good. Knight on d4 is good. You just have to finish the development somehow. Maybe go knight f6 and then castle. Looks not so problematic. It's a very original play by Darda. Also I realized you don't have to rush to take the knight on d5. You could start by going knight d4, and after knight c3, maybe this is where you take it, right? Or go knight f6 first.
Knight a7 is...
Knight e7 is not great because check.
Yeah.
King f8 and checkmate. Yeah. So, no, but it's interesting that knight e7 is a very typical move in this line, right? But usually they do it with the pawn on g7, which is completely different. You're right that, yeah, like I would be also looking to put the knight on e7, not on f6, but here it doesn't really work. So we could try to take, and only if knight takes, then we play knight f6. And if they take with the pawn, one of the pawns, e takes or c takes, whatever, then maybe we put the knight on e7 and castle and play for a quick f7, f5.
Yeah.
So there is that. Here, nobody is kind of out-prepared the opponent. They both spend time.
Yeah.
So this is already original position for both of them. Then on board 4 we have Marius from. That's his name. It's not like he is from Germany, but also
Marius.
from is his name. Against Jules Moussard. And here we have bishop b5 check in the Sicilian. So once again, one of the sidelines, which at some point was almost the main line. Bishop takes d7, knight takes d7. Quite often queen takes d7 would be played. Castles, e6, c4. Already quite an original position. So usually it would be queen d7 and then the knight would go to c6. And then Jules makes it even more original by going bishop e7, d4, and bishop, a6 first, and then putting the bishop on f6. So bishop goes to f6 and knight goes to e7, almost like in those internet blitz lines where you have knight on d7, knight on e7, so on. Rook c1, castles, queen to d2. I'm not sure necessarily why this particular setup was chosen, but looks not bad for black at all. And I wonder if black can try to equalize immediately by going d5, let's say. And if something like this happens, let's say no, I cannot trade. I wanted to take on c1, but then of course you have a check. Check on f6, yes. So I will have to take on d5, say this, and I did not win the pawn back. I was hoping to win back this pawn and say, okay, everything is equal. No, this is not great. d5 is not possible. So my worry as black is that if I will not play d5 like next couple of moves, I might not play it at all. And then, I mean, overall the structures are more pleasant for white. More space, this is somewhat weak. Like maybe white's next move will be knight to e2. Rook d1, knight to e2, and then some pressure on d6. So that's why I was trying to go d5 immediately, but it doesn't work for now. Here the same. No deep preparation from any of the players, and honestly bishop e7 and bishop f6 looks very, very original. So even if you would have the database, I don't think we would find games here. And then we have a draw on board 5, which is still going. I mean, this is hilarious.
Usually
Huschenbeck.
Yeah.
It says draw, but never mind. It only means that we don't know how much time they have. On board 5, but hopefully it will be fixed later on. The game is of course in progress. So a5, rook e1, a4. That's funny how black plays with one rook pawn, and then after knight d2 also goes h6. After knight f1 goes bishop h7, so some like very flexible moves waiting for white to show his intentions. Knight g3, knight e7 now, c3, and eventually c5. So this is very common. Having the pawn on a4, I don't know. Why would you have the pawn on a4? But we could compare. Look, let's say if black played here, if black played c5 immediately. So what's the difference? Pawn is still on a7, but the knight is still on b1, and this could be good for white. Like if they go c4 and then put the knight on c3. Knight on c3 is actually nicely placed here. Having the knight on g3, even if, let's say, after c5 you go c4, it doesn't make any sense because the knight's already on g3. So something like bishop e3 and slower game. It could be a draw at the end.
Yeah, it could be
it could be a draw. Maybe the computer knows, right, and it just says it's a draw. It's interesting like how Huschenbeck yesterday, remember he played this very sharp line in the Catalan, like early sacrifices and so on. And today with white, he's kind of slow playing, something relaxed, positional. Something has changed in the game of chess because we used to kind of try much harder with white. And with black, everyone would be very modest. Now, with all the deep analysis, it's very common that black plays something sharp, which he knows very well, and equalizes, or white has to take risks, as we've seen in his previous game, right? So his opponent was also well prepared, but misplayed it later on and lost with white.
And it's very important for the players to know different types of chess, like being aggressive in one game, defensive in the other.
Yeah, you're right, and I think it's even more important, or let's say it's much more useful in these mixed fields, in the open tournaments, because you can model like a lot of different situations. You're playing the last round with black and you need to win.
Yeah.
So you cannot play, I mean, you're limited. You cannot play the Petrov defense and just be solid. You have to do something aggressive like Sicilian and so on. Or contrary, like you need a draw to win the tournament. So you have to have something very, very solid in your repertoire.
Or studying the opponent, knowing.
Yeah, also checking the opponent. Yeah, okay, this guy is super aggressive. I don't want to play anything sharp. Yeah, exactly. I want to play something solid. Or the opposite. Like I see that my opponent is a brilliant positional player who sometimes blunders tactics.
Let's take him to some
crazy tactical position. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. We could check some sharp lines, some sharp position.
Jordan Forest.
Where is he? He's on 1 out of 2.
He's, I think, in the board, something like. Just give me a sec.
We'll see. Yeah, Van Forest. I'll try to find him. 32. Both 32 is not easy to find. I can see Kirill Shevchenko, and Van Forest should be somewhere.
31, yes.
31.
There is Lever Erwan from France.
Yes, we have it. So Van Forest with black. D4, E6. That's a funny move. I'm actually not sure why they play 1 E6. You allow your opponent, of course, to go E4 to play the French. So you are happy to play the French defense, and against C4. It probably means you are not playing D5, because then you could start with 1 D5. So maybe like C4, Bishop B4, maybe this line. Yeah, Bishop B4, Knight C3, and I'm not sure. I mean, you can do Bishop D2, but if White goes Knight C3, so that now Knight F6 would transpose into the Nimza, but you can also play F5 and then Knight F6. It's one of the ideas maybe behind 1 E6. Okay, sometimes it's interesting to guess. I mean, what do you mean with this specific moves order? It's clear that it could be random. Just I was planning to play E6, D5 anyway. I just felt like starting with E6. Yeah, but some players really kind of build their repertoire very logically. Most of the players build their repertoire very logically. So move 1 E6 means that he's going for some specific position. Anyway, in our game, it would not matter. That's also funny. Look, Knight F3, he goes C5, and now White could transpose into another thing, Sicilian. Into Sicilian. Yeah, so that's like 5 different openings in one. In one. Yeah. White went C4, and now it's an English opening. Knight F6, D5, and this is like some sort of the Catalan, and yeah, E5, Knight F3, D4. That's a funny one. Knight F3, D4, and Knight E5, Queen A5. So that's why you cannot take the pawn. D4, castles, Knight C6, E3. bishop e7. I remember people playing bishop to c5 back in the day. It is a theoretical position. It's like people were playing this. Bishop c5, and then the line would go like that. Rook e1, bishop e6, knight g5, and here I don't remember. Maybe it's just a bad line for black. Originally, I was planning to castle and sacrifice the pawn. Maybe that's what you do, yeah. And then you go d3 and say f2 is weak. But bishop e7 is also the theoretical move. So take takes, bishop c5 castle, knight e5, queen to b6, queen to b3. So it's all about, is this d4 pawn an asset or liability? Yeah, it can be like a very strong passed pawn, or white just rounds it, wins it, and says, you know what, I'm a pawn up. So, for instance, if black naively exchanges, then he's in a very, very tough position. d4 is weak, and also the bishop on g2 targeting b7 prevents black from normal development. So to get something like this would be really, really bad.
Yeah, the compensation of the isolated pawn is the initiative. So
why to exchange pieces? Yeah, agreed. Yeah. And yes, Van Forest went knight to b4. So now black wants to play something like bishop e6 or even bishop f5. And the only relevant line that I can think of is if white goes a2, a3, kind of attacks the knight immediately. Where do we go? Because we could go knight a6, but this looks a bit ugly. There is a tactical trick with knight d5 using the fact that, using the fact that white's queen is hanging to go knight d5.
And after queen takes
queen b6 to take with the knight. Yes, a knight runs away. But I'm not sure if it's such a great position.
Yeah.
So black doesn't really lose material, but even after a slow move like b3, and then this knight controls d3, the knight's gonna go to d2. And it feels like the pawn is not very dangerous, and also might actually be lost later on. So not an easy game for Van Forest. And yeah, let me check. Yeah, after a3, computer actually suggests that white is better. a3, best move being knight a6, and then white goes knight d2, for instance. If you go knight h5, that's funny. So if you go knight h5, white takes and plays just some move. Knight d. Can I go knight d3? Knight b3 it goes. Knight b3. Yeah. Not being afraid of even the double pawns, because like very strong knight on e5 and very strong bishop on g2.
But after no, f6 and then bishop d5 check.
Yeah. So f6, bishop d5 check here. Yep. It's probably playable. It's not like black is in big trouble, but we also have to remember that Van Forest is one of the top rated, right? So he of course wants to win this one, and this puts some extra pressure.
They are same on time. So.
Yeah. So again, wasn't a deep preparation, but rather they are playing it over the board. And Van Forest, even though he's on 1 out of 2, he's in a big company here. So next to him, Kirill Shevchenko with white against Hussein Said Deveci from Turkey. Here, it looks like white is better. Some Slav defense with dc4, and honestly, stuff what black has done looks pretty random. Like, as far as I know, like allowing white to build this is not great. So it's a very strong center, and black doesn't have real counterplay. Knight b6, knight e5, a5 I think was... Yeah, I think a5 was the actual line. And then if white goes f3, you were supposed to play... I don't even know. Like knight f to d7, I guess. Something like that. I remember there were some lines where black plays e5 and sacrifices the pawn. Anyway, so that's this looks better for white in my opinion. Then just bishop e2, castle, you know, like very very nice looking center. But again, not much to say, not much further. Yeah, but I'm checking. Look, really a lot of strong players on 50%
These
on one out of two.
were the surprises of round 1 and 2. Yeah.
So they are on 50%, right? Also, a game between, also very close on similar boards, a game between two talents. So Ukrainian Igor Samonenkov against Ksenia Balabayeva from Kazakhstan. So both of them kind of trying to make it to the national team. And Samonenkov, well, he's not close there by rating, but again, he's a young guy who is progressing. So there's a chance for him, and of course for Ksenia, it's the same. Like national team, making it to a national team of Kazakhstan is very prestigious. So we might see. I think it's a better chance we see her at the Olympiad. So the one that you've mentioned at the beginning of the stream. So some people are fighting for the place in the national team.
Because it's in this month, I think many federations will decide the teams. I know the Netherlands, they already did, and maybe France and other countries.
Mm-hmm. So did Van Forest make it to the national team? Of course he did. So I'm just kidding. Right, so Samonenkov, I'll just quickly check what's going on here. It was the Catalan with d takes c4, queen c2, and yesterday we had this very sharp game of Huschenbeth with b7, b5. Now black played in a more classical way, a7, a6, a4, and I'm surprised with the c5 move. It's not a bad move or anything. It's just that it has kind of a reputation of a dubious one. So the usual move would be, what would be the usual move here? A6, a4. I'm being silly. What's the move here? It's not c5 for sure. Bishop d7, bishop c6, I think. Yeah, bishop d7, and then if queen c4, bishop c6. This is, kind of developing the bishop to oppose white's bishop on g2. And c5, people always believe that because of bishop on g2 pressing on b7, white would be better. Queen e7, and then white played an interesting move, knight to e1. And one might be getting surprised. Why would you move the piece for the second time? I'm actually not sure exactly why, but I think after, say, knight c3...
Initial square. Yeah.
Right, but after knight c3, maybe black can try this and this. However, you can go knight e5 here, right? So not necessarily clear why you need knight e1 this specific moment. So it is normal to go knight e1 and put the knight on d3. Or sometimes knight e5 and knight d3. So d3 is a good square for this knight. But again, why to start with knight e1 in this particular moment remains unclear. Knight e1, e5, knight c3 now going here. Planning bishop g5. So the only question is, what do we do after bishop e6? Because going knight d5 doesn't feel right. So maybe queen h4. And again, bishop g5 is there, knight d3 is there. Still pleasant for white, if you ask me. Yeah, looks nice for white. So black somehow, how to say, like if we don't look where white pieces are, black setup makes a lot of sense. But for this particular kind of system, you would probably prefer the bishop to be on e7, so that there is no pin, there is no pressure on f6.
And also the queen is defending b7, it can be distracted.
Yeah, like if you go knight d7, already white can consider taking on b7 or start by going knight d3, then take on b7. If you don't, then you're right. And bishop g5 takes here, and you cannot take with the queen because at the end you lose the pawn. So, yeah, pleasant position for white. So what shall we do? Let's move to the streamer's board.
Okay, maybe we
Yeah,
have
let's
some.
check. Let's check what the sisters are doing. What they're playing. So Andrea goes for the checkmate. Whoa. Wait a
Really?
second. I don't know if for the checkmate, but she is playing the aggressive setup. So knight e5, I think I said, is one of the normal moves.
Yeah.
Black goes queen c7, f4. So it's like, again, the Stonewall Dutch setup, right? With colors reversed, with white playing the Stonewall. And usually in the Stonewall, you have this bishop, which is very, very bad on c1 or in black's case on c8. And here the bishop on g3, it can actually go to h4, trade for the knight, or just like drive this knight away so the queen can be developed. So this looks very promising for white. C takes, E takes. That's exactly how white wants to take on d4, so that there is a semi-open E file. And then black played g7, g6.
What do you think? Stopping the what?
Yeah, like I think preventing moves like bishop h4, because okay, let's pretend black played bishop b7. I'm not sure where to go after bishop h4, because like allowing this trade looks dangerous, and if you move the knight, you have to consider white going queen h5.
Yeah,
Or
all the pieces
looks scary. Or even better, or even worse for black, I think some games have seen rook e8, bishop h4, again trying to exchange, and if you go knight d7, white is winning with bishop h7.
The Greek
King h7 and queen to h5 and queen to f7, and just collect everything.
Yeah. Is that called the Greek sacrifice?
Yeah, bishop h7 is called the Greek sacrifice, but usually with the idea the knight is on f3, knight g5, queen h5. Yeah, so this is like even improved because you win immediately. The knight already is in the game. Right, so g6 was played, and Andrea played bishop f2. Preparing for g4, I'm guessing?
Yes, go to a pawn storm, I think.
Yeah, preparing g4 or even h4, h5 maybe? Probably g4.
Yeah, to start with g4 probably.
Queen f3 and stuff like that. And the problem for black is that it's not that easy to come up with any sort of counterplay here. Like, you can continue making reasonable moves like bishop b7. You can say I'm developing. It doesn't develop anything, right? It's so strange. Like, you made a move, it's technically a development, but bishop same useless on c8 or b7.
And what about like something probably silly, a4, to try to play the bishop on a6 and try to exchange
a5, a5, yeah, a5. Yeah, this is quite possibly this is what she has to do. To go a5 to try to play bishop a6. For now, I think we go bishop... Oh, sorry, queen e2, then stop it. And also connect the rooks. And then again. So there is also a problem. Black doesn't want to exchange on e5, right? You cannot take with the knight. Taking with the bishop, again, white captures back, and it's a lot of dark square weaknesses. And if black cannot exchange, that it means like he has to keep these pieces, like which is quite annoying. Like I would like to go queen a7, bishop a6, but then my knight is hanging. Maybe I go knight e7, and then the plan is to go here and bishop a6. But even then, like g4, and if you go queen a7, some bishop h4 looks terrible.
Yeah,
looks terrible. Looks like white is much better. It's a tricky position here.
Maybe trying to give a pawn on by trying to play knight e4.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe preparing with bishop e7 first.
Yeah, I think maybe this is what we have to do. So bishop b7, g4. Say again, we move knight e7, and then if white plays g5, we are of course happy to go knight e4.
Yeah.
But why will be more tricky? Like, can go queen f3, defend it one more time. Then queen h3, bishop h4. Not a pleasant position to be. Not a pleasant position to be for Alexandra. But I think, honestly, in this game, the decisive moment will come when they are both in a time trouble, you know. And this moment is very likely to happen. If we recall Andrea, previous games, like by the move like 25, by the move 30, she's doing her favorite thing, playing blitz with 1 minute on the clock.
I think Alexandra is going with the idea to exchange the bishop.
Yeah, she went a5.
Yes.
But it's not, I mean, it's a good move. It's just that there is no follow-up after queen e2, no obvious follow-up. You know what? Strangely, knight b8, I know it looks ridiculous, but at least I have this idea of exchanging the bishops. Without the light square bishop, this attack does not look that scary. Maybe it does, I don't know. g4, bishop a6, and just everything, move everything forward. Yeah, I would be scared anyway. I would be scared anyway with black.
I think what Alexandra was trying to do is to play fast, because Andrea, in many of the last games, she was in time trouble.
Yeah.
But I don't think it is working right now.
Yeah, like playing very fast in the opening, it's good if you know the opening, right?
Yeah.
And like it feels like Alexandra ended up in a somewhat unpleasant position.
Yeah, and now
Andrea did play queen e2,
Yes.
of course, and it's a very natural move, right? So it's you could play queen e2 anyway. Like black plays this, and then queen e2 is not a bad move. So you support the knight. You well potentially after castle the rooks are connected. So it's a nice developing move. And of course it's even more natural after a5. You see black wants bishop a6. Then queen e2 is reasonable.
Well, Andrea is very familiar with the London system.
Of course. I mean, she played
Yes,
thousand games online. Yeah.
So, if knowing this, is there any possibility to avoid the London system? Like,
yes, there is. Well, avoid maybe kind of if I know that my opponent plays the London and only the London. So there are some things to be done, like after bishop f4. The most ridiculous is knight h5. By the way, is not such a terrible move. You'd be surprised. As far as I know, the best white can do is to play bishop d2, and after knight back to f6, just to play something normal with the bishop already on d2, which, say, stops black from playing the Nimzo, for example. It doesn't make sense, right? But let's say if I'm playing the queen's gambit with black, then bishop on d2 is not that great. So even knight h5 is one of the options. And then, bishop e5 doesn't make sense. If bishop g3, we exchange. So this is one of the options. Maybe like go on c5 on move 1.
Yeah, like a gambit maybe?
Sort of stops white from playing the London. And also knight f6, bishop f4. Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think you don't necessarily play with e6 and c5. You're not necessarily entering this line. So there are better positions for black to have after the opening. Anyway, so white is better. We agree on this, but we don't think that this is like winning position or something. No. So the game goes on, of course.
Yeah.
All right. So let me quickly browse through the games just to see if we have something like super exciting. We probably do, but it's not that easy to, it's not that easy to find immediately. And I'm afraid I will have to go back to the very top boards again. Oh, okay. I don't know. It's which board it is. It's Maxim Chigayev's game against Ori Kochavi from Israel. Maxim Chigayev against Ori Kochavi. I've just seen this position and thought it's a funny looking one. It must be. So these are the guys on 1.5 points. So must be like what, board 15, or board 15. So it is a Caro-Kann with bishop f5, h4, h5, bishop d3. Very straightforward line. Bishop d3, queen d3, check on a5. Wait a second. Yeah, check on a5, knight d2, e6. I always thought that in such kind of positions, they were giving check on a5 to play queen a6 immediately, to disturb the queen on d3. Anyway, e6. Then he's playing queen a6, still fine. c4, because exchanging the queens kind of considered to be fine for black, so it's almost like black is playing the French defense but doesn't have the bishop on c8, right? So that's acceptable. c4, there was some theory to this one. 97 castles, c5, and c5 honestly looks over aggressive. c5, knight c3, dc4, knight c4. Now this is a threat. Knight f5, d5, bishop e7, a4, preparing for knight b5. Isn't white just winning?
But, yeah, because d6.
Yeah, even d6 immediately was very attractive, right?
Yeah.
I'm also not sure, but well, maybe he says, okay, maybe my position is bad. I will take the pawn and I will suffer like this. So a4 is actually also a very strong move because white is threatening knight b5. Yeah, knight b5 attacking here and also d6. Then yeah. So honestly, looks terrible for black. Let's see. So if we ask the no, it's +2. It's +2 for white. So white is winning at the very early stage. Black just castled, and now you can play knight b5, threatening this. Queen has 0 moves, by the way. And the line goes bishop here, so white doesn't even sacrifice a pawn and then gets the pawn on d6. It's all terrible.
And also he spent a lot of time.
Yeah, also the time difference, yes. Chigayev 1 hour 20 pretty much, and only 40 minutes left for Kuchavi. And usually if your position is bad, you also tend to spend even more time. So we could see one of those disasters as happened to Samonenkov yesterday. Remember that his opponent was very well prepared and it was a tough position and the time trouble at the same time. Yep, so here's the... Well, but it is an exciting game, of course. This is an exciting game, even though, like, currently looks much better for white. Next, to this one, we have what? Fedoseev, we have Murzin, we have Luca Moroni, the very next one. Yeah, Luca Moroni. And we were discussing, we were discussing to have a camera on him. I don't know if we will not have it today, but maybe tomorrow we will have, like, you know, a dedicated camera on Italian champion. That's what I was told. Okay, we'll see. So Luca is playing with the black pieces. He went for, what's it called? Murphy-Steinitz defense, a6, d6. d6 would be the immediate Steinitz defense. Yes, the difference between a6, d6 and immediate d6, that when white goes d4, which isn't the main line, black was supposed to go b5. Wait a second. I wanted to explain how, let's say, how clever I am and show like b5 is the main move, but Luca played e takes. So in my understanding, b5 was supposed to be played, and then knight takes, pawn takes. You cannot take with the queen because, again, c5.
And then
queen d5, bishop e6. Bishop e6 defends, and the rook is defended, and you would think, okay, I have a check and back, but now the rook is protected, so black can play c4. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if it only would be as easy as this. Of course, black is not yet winning. White has bishop d5 intermezzo. Rook moves and then takes on d4. But black's position is okay here. Knight f6, bishop e7, so on. So Luca decided to take on d4 first. Knight d4, bishop d7. Castles, knight f6, knight c3, bishop e6. Knight takes, bishop takes. Okay, I've exchanged everything. Queen d4. bishop f4. So white is playing for e4, e5 break. So if you look at this pawn structure, even though black has double pawns, there is there is nothing bad about it. He has the semi-open b file. He has semi-open e file also. Like very often you would see rook e8, yeah, knight goes to d7, bishop goes to f6. So all very pleasant for black. However, if we imagine like e5 and these pawns are getting exchanged, all of a sudden the structure is similar, but you are left with those two double pawns, right? And e5, by the way, is one of the moves here, and I'm just not sure how exactly, but it's supposedly black equalizes. Possibly just takes, goes knight d5 or something, and then bishop d6, or maybe bishop d6 start with, then go knight d5. So you have to be careful, because these are like potentially weak double pawns, but black gets some sort of initiative. So when white went bishop f4, he is preparing e5. And Luca replied with queen to b8. So hitting this and moving the queen away from the d file. And again, his opponent spent a lot of time, 37 minutes left after only move 12. So it looks like we will have quite a lot of time troubles.
Remember in the first round, Luca drew after playing so well.
Yeah. It was a very long game,
yes.
and both him and his opponent played very good game. Yes, and eventually it was a draw. So we are getting to the moment when we are about to take the first break. But before, let's quickly check the second board. If you can check the second board, that would be lovely. Yeah, hello. From this camera, look. So here, remember, this is the last time we've seen Pichot against Girel, bishop b4, and white didn't play bishop b5. He decided to go a3. Bishop takes, queen takes. So doubled pawns, but d6 is weak, right? And king e7, I suspect there would be like c4, c5 quickly. And if you go knight d7, then f4, and the bishop is getting stuck on c8. So black decided not to defend the d6 pawn. Instead goes bishop e6, rook d6, rook c8. King e7 now. Sacrifices the second pawn and goes king well, he didn't play it yet. Rook b7, but I think king f8 is what he's planning. So white is 2 pawns up, but these are
very weak
doubled doubled isolated pawns on the c file, and it's not very comfortable. Maybe there is no way to defend even, because the bishop is hanging. If you lose one, you lose the other two, right?
Yeah.
Rook takes c3, and then this is hanging, this is hanging. And maybe you can say, okay, for now I can defend because this blunders the rook. Yeah, but if black is not so naive and just plays some like reasonable move like rook c8, still both pawns hanging. So eventually white wins. But black wins the pawn back. And if you try to there is no way to defend it even. Like bishop e1, bishop c4, and then you lose the exchange. So yeah, looks like king f8 is a logical move, and maybe black just equalizes. So you can do this, you can do king e8 maybe. Well played, what can I say? I like this sequence of moves black found. So bishop e6, rook c8, king e7, and just sacrificing 2 pawns, but temporarily, because he'll win him back. Okay, so it's not impossible that at least one of our leaders will be held for a draw. And yeah, we'll see later on.
Yeah.
I'm almost sure we will have someone on 3 out of 3, but we will not have a bunch of people. So there will be draws today, for sure. Okay, so round 3 is in progress. The opening stage is more or less finished, we can say. Not a
Yes.
single result yet.
No.
Not a single result yet, even
Many
though
grandmaster playing each other, so
already, yes,
Yeah.
so a lot of interesting, exciting games, and we will be back shortly.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, stay tuned. We will return in some 10 minutes.
see you guys. Bye. Welcome back to round 3 of Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Right, and we are starting once again from the streamer's board. So both the sisters playing each other, Andrea having the white pieces. A few moves were played while we were not looking. And let's check the position. I think Alexandra has found some way to kind of to fight back. So as soon as we get the position on the board, here she played knight to h5, attacking f4, g3, and knight b8. So same idea as we were discussing, to go bishop a6. And not only that, so white played a4, and then she could go bishop a6 already, but she preferred to go f7, f6. So kicking this knight away, of course, is very kind of, it's an achievement for black, right? If the knight has to go back, then you cannot play bishop a6 right now because e6 is hanging, but you can go knight g7, I'm guessing. Defend this. Maybe later on this knight will go to f5, or just, you will go e5. And you're ready to go bishop a6. Somehow with these pawns, white's attack does not look that, that scary. Alternatively, I'm thinking, after knight f3, what you could do, you could go f5, try to return the knight back and put it on e4. It looks like a terrible positional move because e6 pawn is a backward pawn. But if you calculate carefully, and if you are sure that the knight is getting to e4, all of a sudden black is not doing all that bad.
Also, the bishop, the light squared bishop, is not that scary. I really like the...
after f5, you mean?
Yeah, I really like the maneuver of the knight because it's stopping the storm pawn.
So knight h5, f6 is a good fight. So the only thing I would be worried with is if white can somehow sacrifice a piece on g6. So let's say knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. You have to go knight g7. But there is no obvious follow-up to white's play. Like, it does look nice, maybe, but queen g4, you are not fast enough. I mean, if I go queen h4, queen h7 is a nice strat, but black has, for instance, maybe has other moves, but let's say f5, queen h4 or queen h3, and knight e8 just in time. Queen defends h7, knight goes to f6. Overall, seems black should be fine. Okay, so there is your update, guys, on the game between two sisters. And Andrea doing her thing, she's spending time.
No, I think she's calculating the sacrifice.
Calculating the sacrifice. Because you can also consider taking with the bishop and then the knight, which is much trickier because you are not playing for checkmate in this case. You playing to return part of material, to take the rook. And let's say, I don't know, bishop takes, king takes, and then you just play this position. Maybe go g4. And now if this pawn is hanging or not, maybe it is hanging. Maybe queen f4 will be. But again, it's risky for white. It's risky for white because now bishop a6, black piece is all of a sudden becoming very active. So it's not an easy choice. Knight f3 or knight g4. Black has this idea of going f5, knight f6, or you sacrifice one of the pieces on g6. So a lot of stuff to consider. Since we are here, we could check the other streamer's game. Zach Sain against Tariq.
Yes, let's check.
But I don't know what's going on with Zach. I think he's in trouble once again.
Zach.
I'm not sure.
It's a difficult tournament for Zach. He is 2000 rating, and until now,
facing higher rated opponents.
His opponent is 2200. So.
So I'm just checking his game, and somehow he ended up being. What was it?
He blundered.
So he went bishop b3. Hoping that after b5 he can take on b5 and this will be a pin, right? But then black went rook b8 with a counter pin and you cannot save the bishop, so he ended up being a piece down, and of course black is winning. Maybe he'll find some chances like b6, but objectively of course this must be lost. This must be lost. Some tricks though, like knight d5 for instance, there is bishop c7 and he's winning the exchange back. However, this still has to be much better for black. So not an easy tournament for him. Anyway, he will score some points, I'm sure.
Yes, what I know is he's studying a lot, so I think at some point the study will pay.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, he's kind of more of a streamer than a professional player, so for him it's a hobby, which is a good thing, by the way. Why not have chess as the hobby? Right, remember we were checking One Forest's game, so let's pay a visit here. I don't remember what board it was, but yeah.
In the research, maybe?
Yeah, no, I found the game. I'm just I'm not sure what board number he was. One Forest is one of those like ELO favorites who won one game and lost one game, right? So on 50%, and One Forest lost in round 1.
Yeah. It's the board 31.
Yeah, so after knight b4, white did not play a3, which we thought was the strongest move. Instead went knight a3, but this allows black to play bishop f5 now. And black is fine. Rook e1, bishop to c5, rook d1, black plays d3, now f2 is hanging. Bishop e3, rook e8, bishop c5, queen c5. Feels like black is almost winning. The knight is attacked, g2 is hanging. Now, what to do? Like, if the knight goes back to f3, knight g4 just wins. Targeting this, if rook f1, rook e2, like everything is coming. Everything is coming, yeah, everything is coming black's way. So I think it's a good chance that One Forest is going to win. And we see now on our camera view, this is the game which is next to Jordan One Forest, right? Both 32, Samonenkov against Balabaeva, also something that we checked. We can again update our viewers on this one. So One Forest, plain and simple, he's just winning with black after 2 hours of play. And Samonenkov's game, it did not develop that much. After bishop e6, queen h4, black played h6 and white played knight to d3. What can I say? White's position looks better. Ksenia just played bishop to d4. Wait a second, is e3 a move?
Bishop takes.
e3, like if bishop takes, I thought pawn takes, and this is weak, and also bishop a3 is a threat. So maybe it's unpleasant for. Oh well, the computer actually says queen c7 and going away and also protecting the pawn. Yeah, it's like e3. Some move that you want to play, but also you don't want to play. I liked having bishop h6, you know, so I would prefer black to force black to take, but also to keep the diagonal open. I don't know if there is any way of doing this. There is also knight e4, what computer recommends. Knight e4, knight d7, and then just to play bishop d2 to threaten from this angle. And then apparently there is nothing better for black but to sacrifice an exchange and play some position like this. So white is better, but it is still very, very complex, very complicated, and only move 14. So easily we can predict there will be some time trouble later on.
But she's playing really good.
Yeah, Ksenia,
Very strong player.
she's a very strong player indeed. Right. So usually in our broadcast, what do? We do the top boards, we do the streamers, and then we check if there is anything like, you know, super funny positions, unusual positions, and so on. And I'm on a lookout for one of those unusual positions. I've seen it now. I no longer see it. I don't know where it's gone. There was something really funny looking. If you have some suggestion for the game, or
I
maybe
think they have some request. They say
Yes.
it's a little bit good. The game is Port 27, Remy de Graaf, international master from France, against Ritvik Krishna from India.
Ah, yes, there is this game. Actually, looking like white is attacking on the king side with everything what is left, but he has sacrificed the rook in the process, the whole rook. So we could see what was going on here in this game. So symmetrical English opening. After e6, white went h4. And what usually happens in this situation, that one side goes h4 and the other one immediately reacts with h5 or h6. Yeah, that kind of keeps the symmetry. And here, black just went knight f6, later on allowing h5. Now c5 first, knight d4, queen d4, this, queen c4, h5, okay. And he blundered d5, I think. Because this one looks good for white. Almost like if you'd probably go bishop f4 here, and I'm not sure what was planned after bishop f4. So h5, d5, and you cannot take en passant, obviously, because the pawn is pinned.
I like bishop f4, how you say before, and then
put it on d6 if possible,
yes,
right?
If it blocks, it goes to g5, and
if blocks with the pawn, you can go to g5, you can go to e3. So we achieved something very important. So this bishop is no longer attacking. Yeah. Bishop f4. I think possibly black still plays d5 because we cannot do this, right? So taking on c7, taking on c4, and now computer is not happy with black's position, says white castles and white is much better. It's very hard for black to develop this guy, right? You go to b7 and you always drop the pawn. So that's why white would be better. So maybe bishop f4 was a good alternative to what happened in the game, because after h5, d5, queen h4, he was going for it, he was sacrificing. Check, bishop a1, bishop f4, queen d7. And white's problem is that whenever you take here, black does not capture with the pawn, right? Because it's a checkmate. He captures with the other pawn, and then the queen on the 7th rank protects h7. So e4, black takes, white takes, and black has played f5. So white's attack was over-optimistic, I have to say. Looks like black is in full control. Now, white captured on g6, and black, I think, just can take the bishop. There is nothing wrong with it. Take the bishop.
It's two pieces.
Yeah, it's rook and the bishop for like
completely lost.
Yeah, I don't even see what you can do.
The dark squares bishop control all.
Yeah. This guy is alive. Yes. The most important, and it's not a lot you can do. So it's not even clear if the game will continue if black takes. If black takes on e4, and it's not like black has a lot of choice, right? I mean, you actually can take here, but taking fe4 is even stronger. So it's a bit of a bluff. The whole attack from white is a little bit of a bluff.
Yeah.
There were some like really sharp, funny positions, but now I no longer see them. Possibly, like it's a very sharp opening, and then they quickly simplify, and there is not much to discuss. Chigaev's game, we could check. Maxim Chigaev on board 11 or what? No, board 15. Board 15, this game where he was winning very fast. At move 14, he was already like much better. Knight b5, rook c8 happened. Knight c to d6. Bishop takes, pawn takes on e6, and pawn takes on d6. Maybe not even the maximum. Maybe white could get more than he gets, but still, of course, should be winning. Now bishop goes to g5, rook e1, such an easy play for white. Like just put everything in the center. e6 is weak. d6 is a very strong pawn.
The king is not very safe neither.
Yeah. That well, no, everything. Like you think of any aspect that you can evaluate the position, and everything is in white's favor.
Yeah. Also the bunch of pieces in the in the square.
Queen side, like not participating.
Yes.
Knight c7 is a threat. Yeah. Sometimes you know, like you look at the position, you think, okay, I have a strong attack, but at least my opponent has, I don't know, some better pawn structure or this or that. So usually it's some factors for you and some factors for your opponent. And here white literally like dominates, also on time. 1 hour against 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So every single aspect of a game is in white's favor. After this, knight d7 was played, even like queen e4 and then knight c7. Queen e4 attack this guy. Knight f8. I don't know why knight c7, knight d6. I was about to blunder. Knight c7. There is knight takes d6, and all of a sudden black is totally fine and even winning. So still, even in such winning positions, you have to be careful. Yeah, knight d7. It says, robot says bishop g5. Just develop the pieces. Go rook e1, go rook d1. You don't have to win immediately.
No.
You will win later on. Okay, so there is that. There is... so I'm moving closer and closer to the first boards, and finally I found the result. So on move for what? Oh, sorry, on board 7, I think. On board 7, Vitaly Sivuk lost to Eray
international
Kilic.
master.
Yeah,
From Turkey.
Eray Kilic wins. It was what? It was the Caro-Kann. It was the Caro-Kann with 2 knights variation. Bishop g4, exchange, e6, a5, and I think it's like, if not theoretical, maybe it's not like mainstream theory, but something like that was played previously, and at least the plan is such for white that he develops initiative on the king side, and black has to be careful. Queen b6, castles long, d4, knight e2, c5, h5, rook f8, and so on and so on. f4, knight c6, f5, just going for it. Knight f4, captured here, went rook h7, went bishop h3, rook e1, mysterious move, mysterious move, and then his plan is to go knight d5.
Oh.
Look, and this is exactly what happens. So c4, and you would think, oh, okay, finally black starts attacking. Now, white goes knight d5, ed5, takes on d7, takes on d5, and he just resigned. Whoa.
But this is a very nice tactic.
Yeah, that's a nice tactical game, but I'm just checking after knight d5. He cannot do anything because queen is hanging, the bishop is hanging. Instead of c4,
didn't see the move.
Yeah, it looks like instead of c4 and now white is winning already. So white's previous play is just e5. So here black was to move. The best move according to the machine was bishop d8, but then still white is much better. So it looks like it's a very impressive move played by Kilic. And here, yes, white is just winning because you have to take. And yeah, +7, +8. White's completely dominating.
Very
good
nice.
Yeah.
Very beautiful tactic.
Yes, a good game, and that makes him to be on 3 out of 3, right? Both 7. Can you check, please?
Yeah.
Were they on 3 points?
Yeah.
On 2 points. On 2 points, yes. And now he's on 3 out of 3. So we have the leader of a tournament.
Right now, yes.
The leader of a tournament, the only player on 3 out of 3, but very likely he will be joined by some other guys.
It's funny, the performance is almost 3,000.
3,000, yeah. But I think this is one of the, how to say it, it's sort of the glitch when you have 100%.
Yeah.
It simply means that it's kind of undefined. The performance is undefined. So the moment you lose half a point at least, then it starts making sense. And other than this, the formula is such that, like having 100%, you can, let's say I'm playing a tournament against 1,600. My expected score is to beat all of them because, like I'm much higher rated. And still, if I win, let's say 9 out of 9, I will get like really huge performance, which kind of doesn't make sense. So let's say if you drop half a point, then it becomes much more realistic. Okay, so board 7 finished. We can check, board 6, for instance, Francesco Sonis, the birthday boy. Let's check what he's doing.
Grandmaster Francesco.
Yeah. And if you open, let's check how old is he.
Okay, because it's
So
his birthday.
Today is his birthday. Yes,
he's young. He's 22 years old.
22. Nice.
That means he's 22 today or 20?
Yes, 22 today.
Happy birthday to Francesco Sonis.
Yeah, and let's see if he will manage to bring himself a birthday present. Which would mean, okay, for every chess player, probably winning the game on your birthday is like a pleasant surprise. So what happens on the board is White is planning to play e4 sooner or later, and also expands on the king side, like g4, rook f2, and then maybe like, f4, f5. So after a5, White does play e4. So the trick here is that e4 pawn is hanging. It is possible to capture, but then White has queen f7 check. All of a sudden the f file is open. Queen f7 check, king h7 for instance, and I'm not sure, probably bishop f4 is strong. Attacking the bishop, which forces black to sacrifice
the queen.
Knight f2, bishop d6, knight d3, bishop c7. Crazy position. Rook e2 maybe. So this is hanging still. Rook e2, rook f1, knight d5. Well, honestly, I would think that black has some compensation with, with like the king is relatively safe, the knights are jumping and so on, but according to the machine, white is still winning. White's much better because of this idea, bishop d6 and then to f8. Right, very sharp game because you also probably have to go for it with black, because alternative is to allow e5, like move the queen, allow e5, move the knight, but then white has devastating attack, and also for free he didn't sacrifice even a single pawn. So from practical standpoint, I would say even if it's like worst position after the queen sacrifice, you have to go for it, because at least you have some counter chances. Otherwise you just like lose quietly. Anyway, future looks bright for Francesco.
Okay,
I think he was one of the highest rated Italian grandmasters, right? So you have of course Luca. Then Francesco is somewhere there. Then let's move back to the very top board, I guess. Maybe let's check board 4, board 3.
Maybe we check board 3. Board 3. Yes.
Yeah, Paul Velten against Daniel Darda. Here, it was this Sveshnikov thingy. b3, queen d2, and these positions, I remember playing it for white. So the trick is like d5 seems to be a very nice square, but the moment you play knight d5, he will take and then put the knight on d4, and this will be kind of an eternal knight. You cannot do anything about the knight on d4. So what you really want with white is you wait, you want black to go knight d4 so that you can play knight e2 and exchange it. And if something like this happens, then white in fact is better. So black has technically a better bishop, right? So no, light square bishop, but d6 pawn is still weak. So white will be double, triple on the d file and apply some pressure. So instead, black goes h5, rook d1, everything according to plan, and white decided to go knight d5, and this is surprising. He didn't take. This is interesting. So here I suspect it would be e d5, and if knight d4, maybe f4. This is what I'm thinking. Anyway, I would probably try to go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so after knight d5, yes, computer is absolutely sure. Black had to take, yeah. Black had to take, because after queen d8, f4, e4, knight f4, white is better now. Bishop g4, and one of the moves that is suggested is just to go bishop e2. And then this guy is weak, yeah. This guy is weak, and if bishop e2, we take with, I thought with the knight, computer takes with the queen actually. Then rook d5, c5 is threatening. Very unpleasant position all of a sudden.
Queen b2.
Yeah, queen b2 as well. Yeah, queen b2, this diagonal. Something really, really strange happens. So there is no explanation why he didn't take. Computer is clever, by the way. So it takes, and then it doesn't go knight d4, which is, kind of very active move. But instead prefer knight b8. And the point being that if white goes f4, just go other rook to e8. If f5, we can always play g5, or even e4 and then g5. And if white takes, we take, and then eventually the knight will get to e5, and it's a very nice square. Very nice square. Yeah. So white just has to play bishop e2, and he'd be better. So Darda might be in trouble, one of our early favorites.
Yeah.
So this is board 3. On board 4, Marius From against Jules Moussard.
And Darda also is very young.
How old is he?
I think he's
19. Born in 2005, yes, 19 years old, and already 26, 30. Impressive. Yeah. Impressive. So these days you can get to 2600 by the age of 18. That's impressive.
And win the candidates.
Oh well, that's still a special case. Even for like modern times, Gukesh is a very, very special gentleman. He was the youngest player in the candidates and also won it on the first try, which is more than amazing.
Yeah, and this is a big news for India.
Of course, yeah. And with this amount of chess talent, you would expect them to have a candidate or one of them to win. If not this tournament, then the next tournament. But still, like Gukesh being the youngest, and that's nothing but impressive. Okay, I don't know what to say about this game, to be honest. They're hovering around back and forth. Usually, if white is better, it's very, very minimal. Computer has it as equal, and probably rightly so, because now it's either queens are getting exchanged, or if you move the queen away, you have to watch out for b5, and then black gets the counterplay. So what computer does, in fact, is taking on c5, dc5, and then like this trades happen, and rook d2, and agree a draw, agree a draw immediately, and even goes e5 to make it like fully symmetrical. I believe king f8 is also a draw. Yes, so this one, is important for the tournament standing, but not very entertaining. So I suggest we go back to board 1, board 2. Which one do you prefer? We have board 2, we have board 1, whichever.
The board 1.
Board 1. Yeah, we didn't check for quite some time. We see this, and we've seen 94.
Ah, yeah, I remember.
94. So first thing that I'm noticing is that white is reasonably low on time. 18 minutes left, and still way, way far from reaching the time control. So bishop e3, knight c5, bishop g4, king f7. So black gets to connect the rooks. Gets the knight to d4, bishop d1. So black should not have any problem with such an active pieces. The question is black really better, or it's equal? So now I have to say, I said I prefer white, but I wasn't expecting to end up with the bishop on d1.
Yeah.
So now I no longer prefer white. Like now it's almost clear that black.
Yeah, c5.
Black,
I was
c5,
thinking c5.
Yeah. c5 and
So,
just support the knight in the center, right? I don't even know. Like computer gives something like f3, 94, something very, very slowish. c4. And if 94, one of the things to do, by the way, it looks like a nice bishop, but you can actually exchange it and go bishop c5, and black is also better. 96 then, and get the knight against the light square bishop.
Bad bishop.
Mm-hmm. I think this is like typical Sugirov, if we recall his game yesterday, when he was like slowly, positionally, like go on one open file, go on the other open file, and then all of a sudden up, and the game finished, he won. So this is very kind of good scenario for him. He likes playing kind of slower positional chess.
Yeah. It's the style of many grandmasters. I think maybe Magnus Carlsen is like...
Well, you know what? It's you can get this impression, but I'd say grandmasters like to play this if they are not forced to show more. Let's say if I can win a game without much stress, if I can just play positionally, of course I will love to. But if the opponent is not losing, then yeah, like Magnus, you're right. Like Magnus can play this kind of slow positional chess, but sometimes he also has to go for crazy complications, right? So it really depends on the position, on the opponent, and so on. Speaking of the position, let's go to board 2, where we had this quite an amazing opening discussion between Pichot and Girel. So after rook b7, king e8 was played, bishop c1 and bishop b2. Aha, so white still has this idea of going to b2, attacking e5 pawn. So this isn't equal. That's why black went rook c5. For the time being, not winning the second pawn back. h3, rook d2, and then crazy looking move c4. You cannot protect the c-pawn, right? Okay, technically this protects the pawn, yeah. But this is such an ugly move, leaving the bishop on b2, so you don't want to play it. c4, you move in the pawn from the square where it was attacked 2 times to the square where it's attacked 2 times again. But the trick is, like, if black takes with the rook, you will take on e5. Yeah. And if he takes with the bishop, I think rook c1 is what white wants, and then, yeah, then the rook is pinned. So after c4, black decided to go knight d7, defending the pawn, defending the rook. So now bishop c4 is the thing, also rook c4 is the thing. And white goes bishop to c3. So still some tricks here and there. So after, say, rook c2, bishop b4, rook c4. I don't see how to continue with white. I mean, how to continue the initiative. I can play moves, of course, but like rook d1. The minimum black has is rook c1, exchange a pair of rooks, and then go back to c2, attacking this, and then go back to c1.
And a draw.
Yeah. So somewhere here, I would love to go f4 maybe, but then according to the machine, black has this trick. And I realized why he has this trick. Because I would think you just take and then rook e1 and, you know, attacking, but taking here is not great because rook g2 and bishop d5, yeah. Rook g2 and bishop d5. And on this tactical nuance, everything is holding for black so that he can play f5. Well, you know, one of those games where a lot of little tactic is left behind the scene. So when the game's finished and you would look, I mean, check the game on fast forward, you would think, oh, okay, it's some boring endgame, they exchange pieces and whatever happened, happened. But while you're playing, you have to calculate a lot of these short but very intense lines with a lot of tactics. Move 25, half an hour, more than half an hour for each players. Not so, how to say, I mean, it is complex, but if you need, you can speed up with any color. So that means I'm not expecting like a big time trouble here. Also, you're not forced to take. You can go rook c8, I'm guessing. No, rook c8 though, there is rook d1, and then it's not very pleasant to take on c4. You cannot take with the bishop. If you take with the rook, it's some rook a7, attacking this. If needed, bishop f1, again attacking this. Not completely equal. Still some chances. So Pichot might be on 3 out of 3. Who knows? Maybe he'll find the way after rook c4. I'm thinking maybe still let's go rook a7 first. And then computer says knight c5. This is clever. Knight c5. If this happens, then the a pawn is not that great. You can always just put the rook behind it. If needed, double the rooks on the second rank.
Right.
Yeah, like it's an extra pawn, but it's not running anywhere. Yeah, not running anywhere. Why do we have like endgames everywhere?
Yeah,
where is you know something sharp?
Games.
Where is checkmate? Where is crazy attacks? We had one crazy attack, but then it finished.
Yeah.
Sivuk already lost. Let me see. That there certainly was something. There certainly was something very inviting. So far, that's the only result that I can see. Is this game, Kilic against Sivuk. Remy de Grove against Krishnan Ritvik. Remember, we were checking this game, so nothing changed. Nothing changed.
He's completely winning.
He was White was completely lost and still is completely lost. Bishop d6. Somehow running out of pieces with White.
Yeah, that's not enough at all.
Yeah. I think without this rook, it's possible that White would still be in trouble, and yeah, just 2 pieces down.
I think he will resign.
Yeah, that's my feeling. Like you probably resign anytime soon. There is one more threat you can create, like go rook h4 and pretend that you're not even threatening rook f4. Yeah. So there would be bishop f6. I think you can just play bishop f6. If this to go e5, if this to go bishop f5. Now, the moment black develops the bishop, yeah, I think it's totally over. So he went king g2. This means again you can play bishop d7 if White you threaten bishop c6, yeah? If white takes, it's rook c8, and again, you're threatening bishop c6. So, tough.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I don't know what is he doing.
He's probably looking for his opponent. I don't know. Probably looking for his
he
opponent.
is realizing I can see in.
Yeah, sometimes one forest has won.
We have
one
another
forest,
result.
yeah, we have another result. Was one forest has won his game. Yeah, we said something like he was winning, yeah?
Yes.
Somewhere here it looked really bad, yeah? After queen c5, yes, because the knight was hanging, everything. So the game of Jordan van Forest finished in this way. Queen c3, defending the knight, knight a2, knight d3, knight c3, knight c5, knight d1, rook b8, and black is already in exchange up, and after rook a1, also rook d3 happens, and the knight on b3 is also trapped, because knight c1,
Checkmate.
check, here,
And queen bishop h3.
yeah, like bishop h3. Well, technically he can still fight with knight b3, but I mean, this is not the position. This is definitely not the position. Bishop of 1, just an extra exchange. Or black can go rook d8. This is stronger, yeah, rook d8, and then you take, and then you bring the other rook to d1. Anyway, so nice bounce back by Jordan van Forest. So he started with a loss,
Yeah.
but then winning 2 games back to back. He's kind of in the leading group with 2 out of 3. And
Probably, yeah, we will have many draws in this game.
yeah. So he will be like playing around board 10 maybe. And also tomorrow there is 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So if you do well tomorrow, that means like the tournament is all yours. I mean, you can still fight for the best result possible.
It's important for the players to rest well today, to have some preps.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it's such a hard task though. So we say 2 rounds, but in fact it's 3 rounds, because today's round finishes very late, and then you have a round tomorrow morning, then you have round tomorrow afternoon. So it's almost like playing 3 games in a row.
Yeah,
you get the chance to sleep, but that's it. You don't have time to prepare much.
No time for breakfast.
Yeah, very, very rough schedule for next couple of days, also for us.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be a big day. So I'm checking the game very next to Van Forest. Kirill Shevchenkov is white against Hussein Said Devici, another Turkish player. So Shevchenko seems to be close to winning. So there was something like this happening, where we liked white because of very strong pawn center. Knight e5. f6, and white just takes, goes f4, f5, rook f3, bishop b4, e5. So this is very dangerous idea. Maybe black still holding, like king g8, knight d5. Maybe it's not that easy to win immediately. I'm thinking maybe not e5 here.
Yeah,
he did play e5.
Closing.
Yeah, like closing the position, also giving the square for the knight. Yeah, so like maybe he could keep the pawn on e4, and then I'll just do something. Go rook g3, go rook h3.
Okay.
Computer, now that I'm checking, computer actually says d5 was incredibly strong. d5, and if black tries to take, then knight takes. Whoa, what is it? Yeah, I'm surprised. C takes and rook takes. Wow.
Another.
Wow, yeah, because of rook h3 threat, right?
Oh.
So if knight takes d5, it's rook h3, king goes, queen check, king goes, and bishop c4. Threatening this, after queen f6, this, and rook h8. But this is not an easy combination, honestly. So this you can play if this is a checkmate. then you can say, okay, I can calculate, it's a forced line, it's a checkmate. But to realize that after king f8, it looks like the king is running away, right? So you give one more check, he goes king e7.
But here, it's not the same to bring the bishop to
Yeah,
c4.
no, but it is the same. No, I'm saying like when you calculate this line,
yeah.
it's not that easy to realize that here you actually have the quiet move. No, you're not going rook h8 like all the checks and so on. You have the quiet move after which black has no defense because queen f7 is such a powerful threat. After queen f6, you just win like capturing on d7. Okay, so after e5, his opponent captured on c3, which again computer doesn't like because now you can take with the pawn and there is no more outpost for the knight on d5. The moment black plays knight d5, we will be able to disturb it with c4. Maybe immediately c4, maybe first move the bishop away and then play c4.
It's not a very good bishop then.
Yeah, so...
Maybe we can check what is doing Benjamin Haldorsen, the Norwegian international master.
Right, so where is he? On 1.5, yes?
Yes.
It's the player who made the draw against Fedoseev the
exactly.
previous round.
Yeah.
So let's find where is he.
Playing against a FIDE master, Andreev Konstantin from Italy.
Right. And Andreev was Luca Moroni's opponent in round 1.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. So these are like kind of players who brought some surprises to the tournament. I have to find where is he? It's on 1.5 points. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still can. I can search.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting I can search. That's the one. Another Caro-Kann was played. Oh, well, here it actually does look quite complicated. I don't know what to say. Like the rook on f5, the knight on f4. Black is reasonably solid. Rook f8 then. I don't know, I like black's position. Somehow, I don't know how white is supposed to continue. You can go knight d4 and kick the rook away, but it will come back. So rook f7, but eventually the rook will come back. If you go g3, black has some tactic with c5, d4, and then there will be some queen c6s. Like if you take here, it's cd, and if I go rook b3, whoa, h5. It's not an easy thing to find, to be honest. I was thinking it's like it was giving black's position is like almost winning, and I thought maybe it's something simple. This is not a simple tactic. Can he do h5 immediately, let's say? No, there is no point to go h5 immediately.
No, because he didn't play g3.
He didn't play g3 yet. So knight d4, rook f7. Okay, and if g3, maybe here you can go h5 immediately. Yeah, also possible, but not as strong. So the strongest would be to go c5. And then, knight b5, d4. You know what? The computer recommends an interesting line. White can sacrifice an exchange. Take the knight on f4, take the pawn on e3, and then make an argument that the bishop is not so great. Maybe knight gonna go to c4, and this is playable.
Yeah. Because later the knight can go to d6.
Knight goes to d6.
Get the exchange
maybe
back.
Right. Maybe you have enough compensation. Okay. You know what? We go to the streamer's board.
Yeah.
Because it's a very sharp position. Andrea spent a lot of time and decided to do what we predicted her to do.
Yes.
To sacrifice the knight.
Yeah.
Knight g6 was played.
It's very Andrea's style. Stylish. Yeah.
Okay. So takes here, knight g7 and h4. And honestly, I was even thinking about this, but I thought it's too slow to get the pawn to h6. Let's see if it's gonna work. Black played knight c6, h5, e5, breaking in center. which is, I want to say, double-edged. Because on one hand, your king is attacked, so maybe you could spend time defending. On the other, you have more pieces, right? So your opponent sacrificed the piece, you have more pieces. If let's say your pieces join the game, then why not open the center?
Also, it's a principle, maybe.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
When you are being attacked in the side, you counter-attack in the center.
Yes,
right?
exactly. H6, and now the question is how do you react to H6, because there's quite a few options. I was even thinking of maybe taking D4, returning a piece, but then then white will have the advantage. Knight E6 is what computer wants to do, and then after H7 you just hide on H8 and say your pawn protects me from the checkmate. So knight e6, knight f5 is not that great because it allows queen h5, and then the knight has to move again. And she did play knight e6. Alexandra, yes, she did play knight e6 just now. Black is better. So the best line, according to the machine, is to take on e5, f e5, and now to castle long.
Yeah.
Now to castle long. It's still like black is better, but it's such a crazy position. Like
it's not very simple for black to play here.
Absolutely. Well, black's king is open. White will commit all the resources to play for a checkmate. All the pieces can join. Knight f3, maybe like the g5 and so on. So in case of e takes, white goes g4. In case of knight e5, white goes bishop f5. It's really tricky. There is no simple way. There is no simple way for black. Like now, for instance, computer says black is winning if he goes bishop a6. But bishop a6 means you're returning the bishop, the knight piece with a check. King h8, and only then white realizes that the queen is trapped, right? Queen e1, queen e1, knight d3.
Yeah, that's
terrible. So you have to play c4, and it's it's a crazy line.
And now black is attacking.
Yeah, now black the pieces are equal, but now black is attacking, and of course it's easy to show these lines when you have computer helping, but over the board it's very unlikely that this is what we're gonna see. So what Andrea has to be careful with, not to play f5, because it looks like, okay, another move when I'm attacking everything, but then f5, knight g5, and this is so solid. Like, okay, you can forget. There is no attack anymore. There is no attack. So you have to keep the pawn.
And now it's more simple to play it bishop h6.
For black. Yeah.
For black.
So it's tricky. You have to be very energetic now with white, because black may be one move away from completely stabilizing. And also starting the attack of his own. I think Alexandra is... I don't know if she's going to win, but it's safe to say she's much, much better. Now everything is clarified.
Other thing, Andrea has 17 minutes, so she has to hurry up. What move we are here?
What move number 20? Move number 20. So it will be a time trouble. It's not yet, but it will be a time trouble for Andrea, possibly for both of them.
Yeah.
Possibly for both of them. So after 96. Okay, let's forget the computer moves. What is the human reaction? I probably still I want to take on e5. Here I'm not sure. The problem is none of this works. Like queen g4, queen h5, it's just an empty move. It doesn't create a threat.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, well, maybe. I'm thinking maybe even this is possible. So I'm attacking the queen. There is bishop f5 check, discovered check, but after king h8, the bishop is hanging.
And another
so if you
sacrifice?
take bishop f5,
bishop f7.
Bishop f7, double check. Yes, you can do this. Now if I go here, it's a checkmate. But king takes, check here, and somehow the pawn is, king is running away. And sometimes it would be like this, and then the pawn goes, but Knight g6, yeah. So we can take one of the pieces back, but then black finishes the development and he's a piece up. Bishop f5, king d7.
And the king can go to, yes.
Yeah, so very tricky situation for Andrea. She has to find a way to continue her initiative because she is material down, and if she doesn't find, it will be tough to stay in the game. So we are getting some additional results, more and more results. Let me see. Not on the top boards though, apart from this Sivuk lost to Ruy Lopez. I think I've seen some draw on one of the higher boards, but no, not really.
No, not yet.
Really. No,
Yeah.
not yet.
They are asking for Fedosev. What?
Yeah, Fedosev we will check. Okay, so this is the only result we have at the current moment. Ruy Lopez, international master from Turkey, defeated Vitaly Sivuk. And here it comes, Fedosev. Let me see. Now I have to use the search. Well, Fedosev played in the style that we were discussing, like boring grandmaster chess. But very, very unpleasant to play against. So they are playing this skulls, but the black eventually didn't have the patience to wait and went for c5. Rook d1, and now black has the isolated pawn. Rook d4, rook d1, h3, knight e4. I suspect next move is knight b5, maybe? Can you go knight b5? So the trick is knight b5, rook c2 could be dangerous, but then it looks like white has bishop d3, and if you take, it's bishop e4, and the rook is hanging. So if rook c2, bishop d3, black will have to go back. However, black is not forced to go to c2. He can go maybe bishop d7 or back to f6 with the idea to go bishop d7. So what white wants, he wants the knight on d4, right? Not the rook on d4, but the knight on d4. And this is not easy to get, because if you move the rook, there is always d5, d4 attacking the queen. I'm starting to think maybe white can exchange, in fact, and play, I don't know, I had some...
Queen a3.
Yeah, like queen a3, maybe. I mean, with some ideas that rook d6, rook d8, who knows. But even f5 here, black is solid. Rook d6, rook... okay, we are getting somewhere. Like we do this, and then some queen e7, like maybe takes, yes. Bishop c4. We are threatening queen e7. So this can be something. Anyway, somehow I have little doubt that Fedosev eventually is going to win. This is a complex enough position. White is slightly better. I can try to confirm with an engine. Yeah, white is... well, actually, you know what? There is also knight takes d5. Completely... No, I'm just checking with the machine, and there is knight takes d5, rook takes d5, but rook c2... Wait a second. c2... Bishop d3, I would think, but then rook b2. No. Computer at first was very happy with this line. Now it actually went down and shows equal, because too many threads. There is also knight c3. No, he will not play knight d5. He'll try to keep the position like this, like knight b5 or knight e4, queen a3 that we were looking at. And somehow, wait, he did something. He captured, but we don't know if it was the knight or the pawn. Knight on d5. Pawn. Wow. He takes on d5. Okay, bishop d5, rook d5, rook c2. What's the plan? You can go rook d7. So for now, white is threatening to take on f7. white is threatening to take on f7. If queen f6, there is bishop f3. So white is not getting checkmated. Rook b2, queen d5, and computer says almost equal. Knight c3, queen d6.
Yeah.
Not to lose the exchange, you have to swap the queens, and this rook has to take, and then knight a4, and we will have to take on b7 and everything. It's amazing. Look, I mean, game full of pieces, position full of pieces, and it turns into this absolutely simplified endgame very, very quickly.
It's surprising he take on d5.
Yeah.
Maybe he just like wanted to some complications because the opponent has 16 minutes. He already played.
Yeah, bishop d5, rook d5. So now is a critical moment. But on the other hand, if black went for this, he had to have some idea why he's doing this, right? It's not like I just give you the pawn and be a pawn down. So black, of course, was planning rook c2. Yeah, so this is the move he plays. And now let's see what Fedoseyev's idea was. Can you play a move like queen b1? Ah, you actually can. And this is what he did. Yeah, queen b1. And then best for black is to take on e2, and after queen e4. Black is still fine, though.
To taking the pawn on
yeah, you can take on b2 immediately, or computer preferred to first go here to attack f2, and then after f4 to take on b2. I'm not sure if f4 is somehow unhuman move.
And then bishop f3 maybe?
Queen f3. Like
sorry.
Yeah, you can.
I think it's bad,
right? No, it's not bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's equal. Like, doesn't matter what you do. All these positions are, I think, drawish. It depends. Like, in some of them, it will be white who is slightly better. In this, maybe black is slightly better, but white should not risk much. It's still around draw. So, but the fact is that still it's a bit surprising to see that he went for it, knowing that black has enough pawn to play. Okay, so again, takes here. Okay, let's say black doesn't play queen f6 but takes immediately. The trick is that then white goes queen f3 and white is almost winning.
Because he will put a pawn on the 7th file?
Yeah, like rook d7, rook b7 is a threat. Check and rook d7. Check, exchange the rook, and rook d7 is a threat. So, you know, it could be that he was calculating from afar and he missed this intermediate move queen f6, so that black is first to take control over the f-file.
Yeah.
And sometimes it happens, even to the best of us, that you calculate some forcing line and you miss one move, one intermediate move, because it's very logical. You calculate, he takes, I take, he takes, right? Yeah. And then I go queen f3 and I'm better. So the computer, after queen f3, computer gives rook f8, and then white just takes on a5. And this is easy to believe that white is close to winning. He wants rook b5, rook b7, other rook to d7. This is much better for white. But if black finds queen f6 in this line, he will almost equalize. Yeah, so it's not even like for the top rated. Fedoseev is our #1 rating, and he has the white pieces, and still he is not having an easy walk. It's still not that easy, to win. All right. You know what? I want to check board 2, Pichot against Girel, because they have the position that we were looking at.
Oh, the analysis.
Yeah. From our analysis, I think we were having this as the real position when I said I want to play f4 with white, even though computer was saying something else. I mean, f4 is such a natural move from the flow of the game. So white was always trying to play for initiative. He his extra pawns. So you would expect, yeah, now white tries to kind of develop initiative to add more pieces to the game. So f4, exchange and f5 happen, and again a reminder that you cannot take because of this rook g2 trick.
Yeah.
White played rook to e1, also kind of inducing a
So
pin
now
here.
he can take.
Now he will be able to take, yes. And well, computer interestingly says that there was a possibility to go king f7 with the same trick, that if white takes, there is still this check. Now, what's interesting, black is not winning because you can take, and then rook e7 at the end. Yeah, check. King g3, bishop b7, and it's a check. King f6, rook d7, but it's an equal position. So black will win this pawn back after a move like bishop c8, then we'll win the pawn back. That would be equal. And in the game we have rook c1. So he's trying to exchange this rook. And now again, takes here, he's just on time to take on e1 and take on f5. And this is how to say, this is very hard to win with white. You are probably still tiny bit better, you have more control because of two bishops, but the material's reduced, with only 3 pawns left, right? Black gets some stability, so the bishop from f5 protects the knight, you can protect the bishop with the pawn.
And the knight protects.
Knight protects some important squares. Maybe one day you will go here, so that knight on e4. So yeah, black is holding for now. And again, it can be a very, very long game. So 15 minutes for p-shot, still 10 more moves to the time control. So it's very likely, I think, that he, let's say, takes on f5, and we get this endgame, and white will reach the time control and will be playing on. Somehow, all those games developed relatively slowly. On board 3, Darda, remember, he was in trouble.
Yes, Darda.
Remember, he was in a bit of trouble. He didn't take on d5, and then we said, okay, now it looks really bad. Here, bishop g4, computer was preferring h3, but not so important. Still the same pattern. White has the pressure. Rook d5, queen d4, knight d3. So now it's a huge, it's a huge pin here on this knight. If I was to play f6, what is the trick? There is also this threat that I didn't see completely. Knight before attacking the rook, then just take the pawn.
Okay, he is in trouble.
Yeah.
They exchange rooks in Pichot game.
Pichot game. White take on e1. Yeah, so back to board 2. White takes on c1 himself. So that means check. Wait a second. Where do we go? King h2, rook c2. King g3. There is again this tactic. So like even if white to move, he cannot take. Let's say I go here. This is a terrible move. Some bishop f1. Stupid tactic. Whoa. It's interesting. If this happens on the board, it turns out that position is equal, but black has to find this. a5, distracting the bishop. And then going knight to f6, threatening this.
And
now, if you take, it's again the same thing, and you could not go without a5. Sorry, I didn't explain this. If you don't play a5 but go here immediately, then of course rook e7, and this is also like not easy to understand, because you look at this position, you think, okay, knight f6 I cannot play because rook e7, and then it automatically, kind of translates into, okay, I cannot move the knight. And you forget about all the ideas connected with moving the knight.
Yeah,
So,
the favorites are a little bit in trouble.
in a little bit of trouble. So, well, here, current position, check, king. King f2, king h2 is sort of the same. King h2, rook c2, king g3. Yeah, but if black doesn't find a5, he might be in trouble. So yeah, let's wait what Pichot's going to do.
Yeah, he's very close to play.
Because I think black's next move, even though black has almost half an hour, black's next move is pretty much clear. Because rook c2 is such a natural move. You pin the bishop, you create this threat of rook g2 and bishop d5.
Yeah, it's making him uncomfortable. That's very important.
And it's also interesting that Pichot is thinking, because he doesn't have that many alternatives. Bishop f1, bishop c4, black just wins, so you cannot even consider this. It's either f2 or h2, and then after f2, rook c2 is a check, so you would think, yeah, probably go to h2, and if anything can return to g1. What's going on in Sugirov's game? Whoa. Can we quickly check the game of Sugirov? Because there is also, like on board 1, there is also some fun stuff going on. Both down to 15 minutes. It's only move 20. And after bishop d1 and knight f5, looks like black will exchange the e3 bishop. Yeah, it has nowhere to run away. But white goes bishop a7.
Oh. Yeah, I was not happy with he exchanging the bishop because...
Yeah, goes bishop a7, wait a second, rook a8, and bishop c5.
What? And
bishop c5, and after bishop c5, the plan is to go rook e5.
So he just distracted the rook.
Yeah, he distracted the rook to a8, and now he can take on c5. Oh, he took on c5. Okay, this is the camera view, because we have some glitch on the PGN of this game, but this on the camera view and on our analysis board, the position is correct. So after rook e5, white wins the piece back. And how do you go about it with black? I mean, black is not worse. If things are too bad, he can always take and then just defend the knight, go knight d6 or knight d4.
And this position is not better to keep the bishop, even if you are giving a pawn?
Depends. Yeah, maybe if you're ambitious, certainly something like this has to be done. Okay, he preferred to d6, but he agrees with you entirely. He preferred to go to d6, rook f5, but then I'm not sure where the king is going. Because if you play a safe move like king e7, white has bishop f3, right? And it was good having a pair of bishops, but if one of them is exchanged, we are just a pawn down. Yeah, so this is not very pleasant. So after rook f5, and this is already on the board, rook f5, this is not the real position.
Yeah, he took the knight, and then he...
So rook here, rook takes, bishop d6, check, king g6. Yes, okay, that makes sense. King g6, and now the rook is in trouble for now. The only square the rook has is on h5.
And now the other rook controlled f3 maybe.
Yeah, there is no control on f3. Also, he will have to spend another move to go to h3. And I don't know, maybe rook e1 is something. Rook e8, rook e8 to threaten here. Because also the bishop cannot be moved. Can go here, right?
Yeah.
Can go here. Cannot go to e2, cannot go to f3, but can go to g4. Yeah. And maybe there is not much of initiative for black. So I'm checking with the computer. Computer says it's equal, but there is nothing much black can do. So for example, one of the computer lines in this position for black is to go rook e5. To exchange this rook which is stuck and just to say, okay, I have a pair of bishops, I have enough compensation. Which he has for sure, but you would think maybe he can play for more than this. And again, I think it's just a wrong position here. Pichot's game, yes, rook c2 and king g3 was played. And now, as we already know, in Pichot's game and board 2, a5 is the key move.
Yes, a5 is the key.
a5 and then to go knight f6, which isn't easy to find. Something's happening on board 3.
Darda's,
right?
yeah.
Darda's game. Something's happening on board 3. After knight d3, queen c7. And there was this knight b4 move, interestingly. Knight b4, rook b6, and then to play a3 simply.
I think that didn't happen.
He didn't play it. He took on e5, and after this position equalizes because black can take on e5. And my only question is what happens after rook d7.
You just take
you take the queen, then it's a check. King goes. And rook c7 you can take on e4, right? Oops, sorry, no, not rook e7, but you take on e4. Because if you exchange first and take on e4, I was thinking maybe this is slightly better for... No, again, I mean, you will always have rook e2, let's say rook b7, you play rook e2, and something will happen. Yeah, so it was a big chance for Paul Welton, but now it seems that Darda will equalize, yes. Yeah. And also White is maybe even forced to go for rook d7 and for this endgame, because if he moves the queen, I'm not sure, maybe it's already black who is better, because let's not forget there could be some ideas connected with the h file.
There is not more the weakness of d6.
Yeah, so. Also there is no weakness on d6. Yes, so if you think about the structure, so now White has 3 versus 2 on the queen side, but how do you move it? I mean, it's almost impossible. Almost impossible. So maybe, just maybe, he really needs to go for rook d7 and so on. And we are reminded about the fact that FIDE marks its first 100 years. I like how optimistic it's written, like first 100 years. So there will be like, what, 500 years of FIDE. Some people consider a game of chess to be almost solved by computer, right? So of course, I wish we...
It's more than 5 years.
Yeah, I wish we will one day, okay, maybe not us, but some people will celebrate 200 years of FIDE, but yeah. Anyway, indeed, this year, FIDE celebrates 100 years, back in 1924. I think it was during the Olympiad, but not chess Olympiad, just some Olympiad in Paris. Was it Paris? We don't know. Anyway, the FIDE was kind of established.
Oh, thank you.
There will be more on this. I think we will have FIDE officials not joining the tournament, but visiting the tournament. And maybe we'll get an interview with Dana Reznica, and
we will put the interview here.
Yeah, we will explain all the history and what's behind this 100-year celebration. I am forced to go back to Pichot's game because a5 was not played. Okay. G5 was played.
Yes.
And then White is... in fact, g5 is not a terrible move. Same thing. There is always this trick. So White played bishop f3. Now there is this little sneaky check from h5. So you can do... you can do this. Check from h5 is only one check. You can go to d8. So
and they are moving the pieces.
Yeah, they're moving. And yes, he just captured on e4. He just captured on e4. So now, in case of this check and king d8, there is no follow-up. Yes. So instead he captures on e4. Black takes on f4. King takes on f4. And what? And black can take on h3, it means? No. Because the rook, sorry, the rook is hanging. Yeah. And it's strange because before that I was kind of seeing all the tactic, and now I thought, okay, bishop h3, maybe some clever move and there is a checkmate. No. I just blundered the rook. So king f4, rook c4 maybe. Kind of threatening this. And if king e3, now I can capture. Black can never win this. Black can
like,
too active. Yeah,
it's
black
really...
Yeah, so even if black is pawn up, he's the one defending. Yeah, like white bishops are too strong. The white bishops are too strong.
Maybe we go to the streamer
game. Let's check because
I think should Andrea pushed the pawn. We didn't want it.
H7 or
no,
something? No. F5. Whoa, yeah. Everything changed. What's going on? So knight e6. She went queen g4. And here king h8 and f5, knight g5. Yeah, now it's really hard to do anything. Castle, knight e7. So she's winning the other bishop. This guy's in danger. Queen e2, bishop f5. This happened. Knight h4. And she also blundered knight h4. So she went bishop b6, hoping for queen b6, rook f5.
Yeah.
Which is still winning for black, but knight h4 is even more winning. And the reason for that is that Andrei is down to 1 minute, so I think this game will finish pretty much anytime soon.
Yeah, it will finish soon.
So it takes on b4 and then...
They are having around like 60,000 people watching live.
Wow, incredible.
Yes.
Incredible. So that's the biggest event for Bota's chess channel. There's sisters playing each other and not some, internet blitz, but the kind of the real game.
Yeah, it is a real game, so maybe show who is the real player.
Who's the real boss?
Yes. I mean, it's not true because sometimes it's
As
you just
said,
have a good day or a bad day, but it's important.
Yeah, it's a very principled battle, of course. And as you said, previous tournament, if there is no confusion, Andrea finished higher than Alexandra. So it's not like one sister is like always stronger than the other. Queen b6, queen d3, bishop e5. Now, Alexandra is in full control here. Just needs to avoid playing
and also,
her own gambit.
Yeah, Andrea is with no time in the clock. I don't know how many games until the time controlled. 10 moves, sorry.
moves. 10 moves to the time control. We could stay on this game, because at least we are guaranteed that the moves will be coming up quickly, right? So Andrea is on very limited time and Alexandra will simply play fast.
Yeah.
So that's the feeling. So it's very she takes on d5. And that means that after rook d8, I think black wins even more material.
I think she is, getting ready to resign maybe.
After queen d5, rook d8, there is no move, simply.
Yes, rook d8.
Rook a to d8 played. I don't even know what you do here. Like knight c4, is knight c4 a move?
Yeah, it can be the last
Takes. Rook d2, and computer stopped giving numeric evaluation. It says checkmate in 5. And I understand what the checkmate is. It's check here and then knight h3. This is a threat.
They are playing the line.
And they're going for this line, knight c4. So now, I mean, of course you can, you can go queen c7 as well, but Me as the lazy person, I would take on d5 simply to exchange the queens. I wouldn't see the checkmate in, checkmate in 5 or whatever computer was saying. It's just that you take on d5 and you're 2 pieces up. Exactly.
2 pieces up is very simple to win. There is no more risk.
Yeah, so rook d5, knight b6, and also the next move, the next computer move, rook d2, it's not something out of this world. It's what you've been taught when you're kind of picking up chess. They say rook on the second rank is good. Yes, and this is the last move in this game.
Yes.
So Alexandra is winning.
Yeah, they already signed.
Yeah.
Yes. The game is finished.
Andrea resigns, and Alexandra is leading this B tournament with 3 out of 3. So well played.
It's very difficult to play with your sibling. It's complicated because there are many things in play, in game. The love of your parents and who is the best and different things. But of course they love each other and everything.
Yeah. So, well, when husband and wife play in the same tournament, this also can be a big scandal if you, let's say, it doesn't matter what you do. Right.
Yes.
You win, and then you get in trouble, or you might lose the game and still get in trouble because something wrong happened. So it's kind of, I feel like preferable is not to play someone like kind of close relatives or close friends, because then doesn't matter what happens, there will be people unhappy. So we are done with this one. I'm switching to board number 6, I think. Yeah, Francesco Sonis, the Italian player who has his birthday today, and also seems to be winning his game. Remember, last time we've seen was when White broke through with e4. And okay, a lot of stuff happened. I will not return to the position back then. Last few moves: bishop c4, bishop b6, queen takes, threatening a checkmate, rook f7, and then bishop d3. He has already played. Yeah, bishop d3, threatening checkmate in 1, f5, and these are like very last moves in this game. f5, bishop f5. Bishop f5, and you still threaten, rook f5, queen g7, so there is no way.
Okay, he will
There is
resign.
no way.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no way to continue. So we are waiting for resignation. And it's a nice birthday present Francesco is getting for himself.
Yeah.
Winning the game.
Good day for Francesco.
See.
Okay.
Knight f6. No, he still finds some move. What's this? Oh, okay.
Okay, he just take.
Yeah, you just take, and this should be it. Okay, I mean, come on, this should be it.
Yeah, and he didn't wait. He just took the knight, and that. No, he didn't think anything. Okay, he just took
Bishop d4. I'm sorry, but queen h7 is a checkmate in 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so checkmate on the board, and Francesco is moving to 3 out of 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's leading, one of the leaders in the tournament now.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Francesco.
Yeah. Okay, what's going on? So he has won, and no other clear kind of advantages on any of the boards. Like all the rest is very, very tense. I'm checking other games, like on the top maybe 10 boards. There isn't
Pichot won already?
No, Pichot was playing.
Yes.
Pichot was playing. Okay, that's the position, pretty much the position we had.
Ah, yes.
In our analysis.
This.
Yeah, black takes the pawn, white goes rook a7, white probably wins this pawn sooner or later. I think, from practical standpoint, it's still unpleasant to play with black because, like, the king is cut off. The moment you lose this pawn, white will start slowly pushing. And computer will be always giving, like, this is equal, because even if you lose a piece for this pawn, it's a draw. But, like, in practice, you don't know it. right? So you would prefer something a little bit less stressful. So if I'm playing black, I'm thinking, what do I do here? So maybe,
Trying to push the pawn.
yeah, maybe try to achieve something like this.
Yeah.
Let's say h5, bishop g4. And the moment I played bishop g4, computer says, you know what? You lost because check and check.
Oh,
So it's a little bit of a tricky move, rook a7. He kind of shows, okay, I want your pawn on a6, but
But he won a piece.
in reality, it's a check
he
bishop
won
d5.
the rook.
Yes, so black's good move here is to go bishop e6. And after rook a6, to go king f7, and only then start pushing the h-pawn. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, white with two bishops and the rook always will create some little tactics like this. If you kind of manage to avoid all of them, you will make a draw with black. But there is no guarantee. You can always fall for one of the tricks. Can always fall for one of the tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, and wait a second, and they're still in a bit of a time trouble, move 37.
Yeah. And
But still time is enough, so
Three
I
moves.
think they will make it.
he has to not blunder here, and it's fine for now.
Yeah, absolutely. So interesting, there is no like, okay, there is one interesting position, if I may, it's on board board 8. Nikola Kanov from Bharat Subramaniam from India, I believe. And there was something like really funny happening. It was some Sicilian where over here, yeah, on move 21, white decided to sacrifice a piece to go knight d5. And probably thought that, like, he has two bishops, everything centralized, maybe like the c-pawn's going. Thought that he's like in a good shape here. Knight a4, queen a3. Okay, all that happened. I'll just show quickly. Bishop g4. And white was hoping that he's winning a piece back, right? The bishop's hanging, the knight's hanging, the queen's hanging. And he missed knight c3 check. Knight c3. Pawn takes, rook b6, and then if king c1, there is check from f4, right? And he went king a1, and now
Queen a4.
queen d6 was played
D6.
in the game, but queen a4 would win on the spot. Yeah, queen a4 takes, and bishop c3 checkmate.
Yeah.
After queen d6, no, but he's still winning. So there is a check, king h8, queen a5. There is no checkmate anymore apparently, but there is a move like rook b5, and you have to give the queen. Yeah. So this is winning. But he missed really this nice opportunity.
That is a very precious move.
Yeah, he missed this opportunity of going queen a4.
I would be really happy to play that move.
Wait a second, but he had to see that there is bishop e6, and you can go to h7, not h8, because all of a sudden then you're blundering like a long capture. Yeah, pretty much the game. Anyway, so black is winning here. Can you please check? It's board 8. How many points do they have on board 8? Is it 2?
Nicola.
Yeah, so the winner...
So they have 2, so the winner will be leading 2.
Yeah, so the winner will be on 3 out of 3.
So here the favorite is the grandmaster from India, right?
Yeah. So yes. He's getting there, and bishop e6 check was just played, as we see on the camera view. Bishop e6, and he has to go, well, doesn't even matter. I mean, he can go to e6, can go to h7, can go to h8 in this case. He is completely winning here.
Yeah. Nikola Kanov.
From Bulgaria, I think, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Nikola. Oh, well, the game was interesting. It's like we missed the opening part. There was like some sharp Sicilian, but even the final, this tactic with queen a4 and so on was also pretty amazing. Fedoseev won, by
Won?
the way. Yes.
Can we see how he
Yes.
won?
I think my kind of my guess was right, that after Queen F4, Queen E4, Queen F6 was computer's recommendation.
But
he didn't
do
play. He takes on B2, Rook D6, Queen E7, threatens Rook D8, B6, Queen F6, and there is no defense. So he won in 2 moves, pretty much.
Yes.
He won very quickly. And again, the reminder that if Black would have played Queen F6, he could not only stay in the game, but probably make a draw.
Yeah. So he's back in the...
Yeah, Fedoseev is back to 2.5 out of 3. And has all the chances now. So here, after Bishop E6, King H8 happen. And honestly, I think it's very likely that Khanov will resign. I don't think he will play this game like Queen A5, Rook B5. Like you lose the queen and you have 0 chance. It's not like you have some way of creating
You
threats
do
or
have
something.
3 minutes. Also.
Yeah, terrible. You know what computer does after it loses the queen? It also sacrifices gives away, I should say. Not sacrifices, but gives away the rook. So that means it...
Because the bishop is very
Because
strong.
bishop C3 is a huge threat. Yeah, so that means there is not much to discuss. There is not much to discuss in this one. We can wait for them to finish this
shake
game.
hands and sign the...
Sign the score sheet, right?
Yeah, the score sheets. Francesco already won. We covered the game. Yes.
So people asking what happened to Francesco Sonis. Yes, he won a beautiful game with like attack, and this was the final position. Just checkmate on the board with Queen G6 to H7.
Yeah. He did play Queen A5.
He did play Queen A5, yes. I mean, still after Queen A5, Black has to play... well, he doesn't have to play Rook B5. He can play some other move, yeah. Okay, let me try to play some stupid move which doesn't win. Okay, if I go Rook F3, for instance. Then I'm losing because you take on E5. And when I take on E5, you take on B6, and there is no checkmate. See? Yeah. So it's always possible to play like the move stupid enough not to win. But after Rook B5, this has to be it. You know what you can do is take on E5, Rook A5, Rook G5, and then Black will play G6, and only then you resign, right? But if say Queen A3, then you are the one winning.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little trick is still there. You don't expect, of course, Grandmaster to blunder checkmate in 1, but some miracles happen from time to time.
But also, you can give the queen, right? If you go to that line.
Takes. Beautiful. Yeah, take on E6, and then when white takes, you say, I don't want to win with an extra queen, 1 extra rook is enough.
Yeah.
By the way, this line is happening. White captures on E5. White took on E5, he takes the queen.
He takes the pawn.
Yeah, he takes the pawn, and then...
And then, let's see what he decides.
G6, G6 or Queen E6. Or maybe some other... There could be some other move, like Rook F6 is also, like, just not to get checkmated. Rook G5 is on the board. And what I like about, mostly, I want to say, it's very characteristic of Indian new generation of players that till the very end they're keeping the concentration. So of course he understands his position was completely winning, but he's not rushing. He really takes it serious, so not to give a single chance.
Yeah, I noticed the same. The Indian players are really well focused and relaxed and trying to control the
game. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, Rook F6, not G6, but Rook F6.
Yeah.
So he also threatens rook e6 now.
Yeah, he resigned.
Yeah, so resignation, and Indian Grandmaster is one of the leaders of our tournament. Also joins Francesco Sonis, joins Ruy Kilic. So we have quite a few people on 3 out of 3, and the games on top boards are still in progress.
Francesco, we have Eray Kilik from
Turkey. Yes, and we have now Harath Suramayan.
Yes, and Darda. Probably. How is he doing?
Yeah. Remember, he was in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, but
we said equalized. Okay, this is a current position. So white is a pawn up, but this should be like an easy draw.
Yeah.
King f2, and then you just give checks, you just give checks. It's an immediate draw, I think.
Okay.
Because if you go to 3rd rank, it's check and white loses the pawn. Why would he do this? So he goes to f1 and he goes back to 2nd rank and he goes to the 1st rank again. I think f1, not e1. Sorry. Yeah. So this is a done deal. Paul Welten holds Daniel Darda for a draw. It's wait a second. Which move is this? 37. So again.
Yeah. All the players, they are getting to the
time control. Yep.
Yes.
So kind of so this will be a repetition again. We can think we can wait because by now probably both players understand that this is nothing but a draw. So Welten will be surprised to find out. That he was, again, a reminder, he was much better in one particular moment of the game. Over here, after queen c7, he could go knight b4, and after rook b6, rook c5, white would take on d6, and after rook b6, a3, computer was insisting on white being much better. Some queen f2 then, and this rook would be stuck on b6. Anyway, the game is officially a draw in this position.
You were right when they agreed to draw very fast. Yeah.
So the game was officially a draw in this position. Then we have pitch shot in this funny looking endgame. If you think of it, for black to make a draw, he can exchange all of this stuff for the bishop and the rook. And then get the king in the corner and it will be a draw.
Interesting.
So, no, seriously, I like to it's not like it's any realistic, right? It's not happening anytime soon, but I like to think in these terms simply to understand how close am I to make a draw, or how close is my opponent to win the game. So here, it's not very real for white to win.
And also to have this present, because if you get the opportunity, without doubt, do it. Yes.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like if you get the chance somehow to exchange all of the pieces and get the king on a8, yes, why not? So there is that. But you know what happened? It's move 40, and that means now black will make his move 40, and this game can go for a long time. Okay. Computer is always some funny lines. Bishop c6, bishop d3.
Someone is asking if we can watch the big group games, but unfortunately we
no, we only have streamers boards, and that's it.
Yeah.
We only have the streamers boards, and
there are so many players. The DGT boards are not enough.
Yeah, even for the A tournament, we only have top 50 boards on DGT, and then the rest is on the usual boards. What happens? No, I'm sorry. I have to inform that board 1, they agreed a draw.
Oh.
Because I kept an eye on this position, and I didn't see the result. I'm thinking how it's possible they didn't move. Maybe like someone lost on time or something. They've agreed a draw. So it was here we've seen rook h5, bishop f4 attacks the rook, then went rook d8, rook h3, and white offered a draw, and the draw was agreed.
Yeah.
And yeah, computer confirms that after rook d2, black would have enough compensation. They were getting low on time, so looks like draw was a fair result. But that means that Sugirov is moving, and his opponent, of course, moving to this group of players with 2.5. So they are not in the leading group. So leading group currently is on 100% with 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking, like just to check if there is, yeah, Fedosiev won, Lagarde against Yotam Shohat, something we didn't check, and this is again Lagarde on 1.5 out of 2. So I'll quickly show the position because they are also getting closer and closer to the time trouble. It's move 36, 3 minutes left for white.
And who is winning? Black?
Black is better. Lagarde is better, even though he's a pawn down, but it's very hard for white to, you know, to kind of untangle all this. So black can just like hold the position as is, maybe
Because
play
they have
f6, play king h7.
because they have different bishops.
Opposite colored
Yes.
bishops, yeah. So
Yes.
this a2 will be very weak till the end of the game. Like imagine one day queen gets to c4, let's say white moved the rook, queen gets to c4, you play b3, queen a6, and it's really, really problematic. So computer says this is a cool move. I don't know why. Queen b5, and let's say if white plays something like, and then there is rook c8. So some strange position where white is almost in a Zugzwang, cannot move the bishop, cannot move the pawn.
And playing something f5, like to try
f4,
to...
f4, yeah.
Yeah, no, but with black.
With black.
Yes.
Maybe.
Because after to exchange the pawns on e, there is the d5 square for the queen in the future,
Right,
probably.
yeah. Well, actually, this is super clever, yeah. You go queen b5, and you know what? Maybe you don't even play f5 immediately. You play f6. If, let's say, if you pretend that white is standing, yeah? We go f6, bishop f7, then f5, and when they take, the bishop is not hanging. So,
Yes.
okay, let's just, I mean, do some stupid moves just to show the idea. So if this happens, and black plays f5, and white takes, black has queen d5, and this is the idea Alexander was talking about. a2 is hanging, you have to play b3 or b4, and then black, of course, is winning by capturing the bishop. Right. So Lagarde went with queen a6, but this is also a good move. Maybe with the same idea of going here, and even queen e6. Maybe he doesn't need to go f5. So potentially another, a winner in this game is gonna have 2.5. So potentially another addition to the leading group. There is some. Chigayev has won. Eventually, Luca Moroni has won. Wait a second. How did he won? Because it says that he won, but when I'm checking the final position of Luca Moroni's game, it's actually, computer says it's equal. So the only way I can see is that he has lost on time. Yeah. Move 35, so very likely he won on time, Luca Moroni. And this is, on a camera view, this is the game of Lagarde, right? Let's maybe wait for this, maybe the last game before we go for a break. Hope you're fine with this.
G3, he played
G3, and Lagarde played f6.
Yes.
Played f6. So he spotted this idea, bishop f7, queen e6. And white cannot do much. Wait, if I do this, it's rook c8. If I do, let's say, I don't know, y to b1, if I do this, then black takes, goes queen e2. There is also the danger that black will pick up all the pawns, like f3, e4.
Farming all the, yeah.
Kind of, indeed, farming all the pawns. How to, yeah, I mean, this is the biggest problem that of these positions. Like, computers are much better than us defending such positions, because in human nature, you want to see like some clear plan, if there was like something to do for white, and it seems that white has to stand and wait, which is hard thing to do.
Okay, they are correcting me and they say it's the A group. If we can go to the board 40,
Board 40.
I can try it. Is the game is Italian FIDE Master Corby Marco Corby against the woman grandmaster Savita
Yeah,
3.
I see. We do have this one. They are also very low on time, and yeah, that's it's kind of a funny position here. Like, you can feel that there was a lot of attack going on both kings. Like, white lost all the pawns on the king side, black lost all the pawns on the queen side. So now black is to move, and apparently this is what you have to do. And this is a funny move which ties down all the pieces. Like, you cannot move the queen because the knight is hanging. You cannot move the knight because c2 is hanging. So, for instance, one of the lines that engine gives, and queen c3 was played. One of the lines that engine gives is bishop b2, and then a check, and you go back, and he goes back.
So this is a draw.
Well, I don't know. There is this move, e5. And then black goes d3, c takes, and then just goes h5. I don't know what is this. It's like some funny, almost a study position. Computer says it's equal. You keep the rook kind of behind the pass. But yeah, this is happening. e5 is played. But I don't think you're forced to go d3. It's just computer shows off. I mean, you can do this, I guess.
Yeah, and stop directly.
To stop it here. You know what? Like, after e6, let's pretend black takes, yeah? Then all of a sudden, white is almost winning, or maybe just winning. Because he uses this moment to go knight d5. So that's why...
there is not that... Okay, wait.
So that's why I think we have to go d3... And then when pawn takes, we go, let's say, h5, e7, we can take on e7. So now, whenever it's knight d5, it's queen d3 check, yes. And again, you cannot play queen b2. It's a very stupid position. So knight c2 is possible, but then rook e2, queen b2, queen d3, and again there is a pin, and the h-pawn is running. No, it's thanks for suggestion, guys. It's actually super fun position. And black really it seems like black really has to find this d3 move, because otherwise white is winning. So white uses the e-pawn, pushing it forward to distract the rook. And if the rook takes the e-pawn, white will all of a sudden immediately find the coordination between the pieces. Like knight d5 and queen joins it. All good. So move 37.
I don't think she can find d3 move.
We'll see. We'll see. So for now, it's not necessary. So can play h5. How many moves? 37.
Yes. Okay, 4 moves
37.
until the time control.
Right, so black will have to play d3 before the time control.
Yes.
So after this and this, for instance, we are shown that board 10 has finished.
Okay.
Meanwhile, maybe we
Board
can...
10 is...
Lagarde. He has won, I think. Right?
No, board
No,
10.
oh, no, it wasn't Lagarde. It was someone else.
Yeah, it's
Someone else.
the international master Aleksander Kazmarek. I'm sorry for the word. It's from Poland against Jair Barkov.
D3 on the board,
Oh,
by the way.
wow.
Yeah, D3 on the board. D3, CD3, and now... Wait a second. If I take here now... No, then knight C2 and queen D3, C5. And computer says better for white. Well, this is what happens.
This is what
Rook
happened.
take E6. Yeah, rook
Okay.
takes E6. So now white has to find knight C2. And it's funny, look, I mean, white has so many pieces, but
Yeah.
you practically cannot move, right? I mean, you can move the queen to A4, but it doesn't do anything. Knight D5, it's immediately better for black. It's a check. Here, a rook E2. And again, you cannot move this stuff because queen C2 will be happening. Now, white plays queen C2. So on very short time, they actually keep finding very
best
strong moves. Yes, very strong moves. No, it's a very funny position.
Savita is playing very good.
Queen takes D3. So now white has to go C5 according to the machine. And then if you go rook E2, queen B2, then move one of the pawns. Here, 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 and then black is winning. C7, you finally have to pay attention to the C pawn, and then white goes... sorry, I said black is winning, white is winning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, queen C3, threatening C8, queen C8, and then of course finally your pieces are joining. Yes, it's, bishop B2 is possible, knight B4,
Yeah.
knight B4, knight D5. Okay, so queen B2 played instead of C5. And now, oh come on, but this is crazy again. Best move, according to the machine, is rook,
Oh my
rook
God.
E4. It
It's
doesn't
not-
make any sense,
no.
right? It doesn't make any sense.
You think rook E2
Yeah, rook
or
E2 is normal.
or E1.
Moving pawns is normal. Rook E1 is normal. Like you see, okay, the knight is pinned, I can go rook E4. And the point of rook E4, as far as I understand, you prevent moves like queen D4 or something. And
Or
okay,
knight.
and if I go C5, it's G5. And if I go C6, then you go... Aha, now you go rook E6, attacking this thing, and C7, rook C6. Well, you know what? One last moment. We wait for black to make a move. It's move 40. And
Yeah.
that means like all the games will reach the time control. And this is where we will take a very, very well deserved break.
Yeah. So the move the
Yeah, so black needs to play move 40.
yeah.
Do you have some results, meanwhile?
Yes, I have the first board they drew.
Board 3 also draw?
Yes. Yeah. Then Francesco won.
Is this guy Turkish Kilic? Yeah,
Yes.
Eray Kilic won. Then
Kanov.
This-
No. Yes.
Nicola.
Yes, we saw
he
that
lost
game.
this one.
Yes.
We've seen, yes. And lower boards, Fedoseev won, Chigayev won. I mean, all these guys. Finally here we have it on the screen. So here they are, and then like Hushenbeth, we didn't pay much attention, but I'm sure like it's very drawish endgame they are still playing. Mossad, they're still playing. Maybe Mossad is better. Okay, I mean stuff's happening. We will be back to discussing these games. So let's just quickly check the results here. It's from 20 to 30. So here we can see what Shevchenko, I think Shevchenko has won already, or maybe he's still playing, I don't know. Everything which we were not able to cover now, we will check after the time trouble is finished. That's what I have to
Here
say.
we can see Fedoseev won.
Fedoseev won. Chigayev won. Luca Moroni has won. Yes. So how about this this game, Marco? I need to find him again, just to see what was the last move. Aha! And Black has played h5 in the game we were looking at. h5 reached the time control. White immediately replied with Queen d4, which interesting is the strongest move. And now instead of having very sharp middle game, we are very likely to have very sharp endgame. Because if the queens are traded, still it's not the end, right?
No.
So Black has 3 pawns, White has 3 pawns. It will be
Because
very
the
sharp.
queen was controlling many pieces.
Yeah. So now it will be a completely different game, but also still like the pawn is running, right?
It's obligated to exchange the queens.
No, he can, and probably should, or it is she. Yes, it's a woman grandmaster playing with Black. Should go Queen f5 according to the machine, but still it's a very sharp position. Anyway, so this game reached the time control.
Yeah.
We are going to take a little break, and then after some 10-15 minutes, we'll see the rest of round 3. Stay tuned, guys.
we have with us Grandmaster Fedosi, the top seed of the tournament of the Sardinia Grandmaster tournament. So Fedosi, can you take us to your game today? What happened today?
Today I played against a young Turkish player. I don't know his age actually, I didn't check it before the game, but he seems to be very, very young. Probably he doesn't play chess for a really long time, but already 2300 at his age, it's not bad in my opinion. I can actually estimate that at his age I probably was lower than his current rating. Yeah, but also I would like to say that for a long time in this game, concretely he was holding on. He was holding position altogether. I had barely nothing. It was very hard to prove at any advantage. In this Slav, obviously in Slav with e3, e6, it's lots of nuances, and it's probably one of the hardest Slav to play, particularly after move 4, e2, e3 by white. If black responds with e6, it's sometimes super hard to evaluate. So I invest lots of energy today just to beat him. And even at the end of the game, he found this resource queen d6 f8, and in my opinion, only knight d3 b4 is winning almost immediately. Everything else, probably game would continue for a long time. So because it's really hard to prove that advantage is enough if you are not winning such position immediately. The c6, d5 pawn has bad structure. If black can hold for a really long time. So I was proud of myself that I found all these tactical nuances in the end of the game. But I just know that today to beat anybody is some work is required all the time. It's not like 6 or 7 years ago. It was not like this. You was playing against 2300. You come out playing some solid stuff, solid moves. He resigns almost immediately. Nowadays it requires a real work in my opinion. Yeah.
Can you tell us something about, you came here for this tournament, how you feel the atmosphere here?
Yeah, I'm for the first time playing here, obviously as everybody else, because this is the first edition of this open tournament. So far I like the place. I also like my road trip, and the result of the first game I also like a lot. Yeah. So at least first game I passed. Yes.
Can you tell us something about your chess? What's going on in your life in chess?
Nowadays I'm probably more focused on chess than for many years, and I do have a lot of motivation for work, to become better. Maybe recently I was more focused on building my family, my life, and so on. In my recent 20s I was focused on this. Nowadays finally I'm sort of fully focused on chess. And I would say that since 2022 I went to Europe, and after that I would say I did more about my chess than ever before. Yeah? So and it also helps me to enjoy chess even after 22 years of a chess career. Yeah? So I'm already playing from 7 years old, and yeah, in competitive chess for 22 years. Because even when I started to play chess, like almost immediately I was fighting for some titles in my own city, St. Petersburg, where I was born. I was fighting to be the best under 8, then the best under 10. Under 8 I was not successful, under 10 I was not successful. Only after like 4 or 5 years I became the best in my city. It was, in my time, it was not easy in St. Petersburg. It was still a huge impact after Soviet era. It was lots of kids who was playing on level of national master at age of 8, 9, even in St. Petersburg. It was always very competitive. And nowadays, this atmosphere, I suppose, is gone in at least in what I know about the current situation in St. Petersburg. It decreases. Nowadays it's less competitive. Yeah.
Did you follow candidate? How do you see the rise of India in chess?
Yeah, actually in candidates it was very impressive for me that it went how it went. Yeah, and I would say I was struggling against this generation of Fabiano, Hikaru and Jan. Can we say they are from the same generation? But after this tournament, I think we can say that they are from the same generation. And I was not expecting anybody who is right now under 20 to be to compete with them, because in my opinion it seems like all of these 3 guys are full of force. Did a lot of nice work about their chess, and was also in shape in the tournament. So it's super impressive that finally all of them fought to win this tournament. It's, for me, maybe the most unpredictable result I ever saw in decades, I would say, because despite this generation of young players in India, especially, if we speak about Arjun, Gukesh, Pragnananda, and Nihal, I still think he can grow and be at the same level as everybody else. So if we speak about this generation and plus maybe Firuza, okay, plus Firuza plus Noderbek, maybe that's all, yeah.
Maybe Vincent Kramer?
Yeah, Vincent Kramer, of course, but he's, in my opinion, a bit outside because he's the only one who is not Asian, yeah. He is a European player and sort of European hope in chess right now. But if you speak about this generation, I did not expect that anybody of them would be able to perform like that in the first time playing in the tournament. It's super impressive, yeah.
What do you think about World Championship? Ding versus Gukesh.
Yeah, about World Championship, from what I saw in the candidates, I would say, in my opinion, as taking into account that Gukesh is on the rise and he gained lots of emotional initiative, and like so he will gain after this success some sort of emotional power and force. Taking this to account, in my opinion, he is seemingly in better shape than Din Lezheng, who is struggling in all events right now, and probably he had some lack of motivation, and still he didn't solve his problems and maybe some mental issues. So, in my opinion, for him it will be difficult. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Fedosi, for talking to us, and I hope during this tournament we will talk some more time.
Yeah. Okay. See you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back. This is our final portion on air today. After the time control, we are back to round 3 of Sardinia World Chess Festival, the part of FIDE circuit.
We have many results.
Yeah, and we will stay, as we decided, we will stay till the end of, not till the end of the round, because there are like many games, and a reminder, like tomorrow we will have 2 rounds, so it will be a very tough day, but we will stay on air till the end of top 10 boards, right?
Yes.
And currently we have 3 games in progress. That's one of them on board 2, Alan Pichot against Joseph Girel, and it seems that the game that we declared very likely to be a draw, Pichot wins. He has a winning position, and it turned out it was very easy for Black to misplay. In the current position we have on the board, with after White's move Rook to C7, it will appear, on the analysis board after White's Rook to C7. It's not easy, if possible at all, to keep the material for Black, because a move like Knight A6 allows White to go Bishop D7. That's what I thought. No, Bishop A7 is Bishop D7 is terrible. Bishop D7, you go here, and then after there's some study-like lines. After this, you go here.
It's really crazy.
And after this, you go here, and you take on D7, and the game goes on, but this is a draw. So the win after Knight A6 is to go to A7. Wow, this is not easy. And after that, how do you win? Now you take on A6, and you play the same position, but with another pair of bishops, and this is winning. Okay, I take my words back. This is not easy. This is very hard.
This is hard. Yeah.
And this will be very interesting to watch, in fact, this particular endgame. So we have this on board 2. Then we have a rook endgame, which is probably equal, but White has to be precise, on board 4. Marius From against Jules Mussard.
Yes.
So that's the one. Let's stay on the second board with the camera, and we will just I will quickly show what we have in progress. Okay. And then on board 5.
Before to continue, I just want to say thank you so much for the raid, both the sister just raid.
Yeah.
So and it was a really good game, wonderful game. Both they fought what is really important, and they played a really nice game. We were watching and covering the games. So yeah, I'm very proud of both of them.
Yep. And what else? And on board 5 we have Niklas Huschenbeth, who is winning in this rook endgame. The h-pawn is running very fast. So here, for instance, I believe it will be finished in just a few moves, and all the rest on top 10 boards is already decided. Yeah. So let's stay on board 2, I suggest. This is the most kind of, the most exciting one. However, Black has 20 minutes and in such a hard position, so he might spend a lot of time here. I'm thinking about other moves, like what other moves Black could play. Knight B7, again, is lost, but for absolutely different reason. Bishop G6, and if you go here, wait a second. If you go here, and then just check. Knight B7, Rook B7, yes. Discovered check. If you go to F8, all of a sudden you're getting checkmated. Bishop check.
It has to
here.
Yeah.
And then Bishop F7, Bishop C4.
Oh, but also there. No, there is no checkmate. Yes.
Yeah, I was also thinking. That's why I said checkmating.
Yeah.
Not to trick you, but I will also trick. I thought Rook C8 is a checkmate. No, there is King G7, but White is winning. So it's almost like a study. Empty board, and then all of a sudden somehow white pieces trap black pieces this way or another.
Both players has 20 minutes, so I think it's enough time to find good moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And then wait, and if he moves the bishop, let's say somewhere to d5, it's the same thing. It's check here and bishop b4. Bishop b4, yeah. And there is also this line, for example, Knight a6, the rook is hanging, the pawn is hanging, and then the way white is winning is check, king here, and b5. Almost like a study, seriously.
Yeah, this will be in the books probably.
Yeah, no, seriously, that's a good endgame by Pichot, and it was if we go a little bit back, so somewhere here was like move 40. Black. It turns out Black made a huge mistake with his move 40. So here he could play bishop c6, keep the h pawn on the board. And if this, but it was a very hard line, because after bishop d3, it looks like rook is attacked. If you go here, it's king d2, and he was the c6 bishop. And in order to not to resign, you have to find rook h4, rook c6, this check, and then takes.
Oh, this is so...
Yeah, this is hard, right?
Yeah.
This is hard, and then you take. And wait, and if check, you have to go to e7. Yeah. You just go to e7 and back to d8 if check. Because if this, he moves the rook away and then takes the rook. Crazy. Yeah. So we will have...
You have to calculate many checks.
Many things,
and, yes.
And somehow, I've noticed that you rarely have these positions to play in your games. Usually it's many more pawns, and when you have the pawn structure, somehow it defines like what tactic you have and what you know where to look.
Yeah.
And on an empty board, like it's absolutely random.
Yes.
Okay, this works, and then in the other line, absolutely different line.
And with the pawns, you can protect your king somehow.
Yeah.
Here is like...
Here it's all about calculation. Yeah. So other games coming to a logical conclusion, like for example this one, Niklas Huschenbeth against Bo Philip Olsen. Niklas winning. So rook d6, king h5, king hides from the checks, and then the pawn is marching. So let's say after rook d7, the way to win,
rook g6
yeah,
check.
rook g6 check is possible. The way to win, I think, is you put the rook on the f file, and then next move you go king g6, and if they give you check, you block with the rook. So
yes.
This is kind of schematic way of winning this one. So like king on the g file supports the h pawn, and then rook on the f file blocks from the side checks.
Yeah.
So this is completely winning. All the rest in top 10, as I said, is finished. Some really unexpected results, like for example here, Black was much better in this game and accepted the draw. White, in the time trouble, offered the draw after knight a2, and Lev Yankelevich, I don't know why, didn't believe in himself or what happened, but he accepted the draw in the position that computer thinks Black is almost winning.
And what would be the idea here? For
just positionally, it's much better position. So I think eventually some rook d2 will happen. Like say if we go back to c3, it goes here, attacks the rook, and rook doesn't have enough. So if you leave the second rank, it's always rook d2, right? And if you go here, then knight d4. Nah. The moment I play my move, it immediately doesn't work. So I only have to follow the engine. This is so funny.
No, maybe
Yeah, this is so funny. The winning move. Okay, come on. It's not easy to find. The winning move is this: Queen c5, and there is no defense against Queen g5. Then maybe it's understandable. He didn't see something like this. He thought, okay, a lot of pieces, unclear position, higher rated opponent. Maybe draw is a good result. Okay, so there is this, and then people with 1.5 Fedosiev won. Lagarde is still playing, probably gonna win.
Lagarde?
Yeah.
So if Lagarde wins, he will be one...
2.5 out of 3, yeah. So this is their current position, rook d4, and he's targeting e4. If e4 is lost, that means very often f5 would be lost. And you do lose the pawn on e4, and one of the ways to pick it up is the funny looking move queen a8, and then you target this. If takes, then queen e4 and this pin. decides the game. Volodar Murzin, the young Russian player, is up a pawn, but it still can last for a very, very long time. Black has resources to fight. Then what else? Chigayev has won. We've mentioned a long time ago. Yeah, this pawn is promoting, and if Black was to move when he resigned, of case
He would just
check.
sacrifice the bishop.
Yeah, and then the a pawn running. Just checking what other games we have in progress. Yeah, not a lot. Not something that we'd be too interested to follow. So I think I'll just scroll quickly to the very end and probably will return to top boards. Still no move on board 2.
Maybe chat have some requests.
If there is a suggestion to check
Yes.
the game which is in progress, or maybe that has already finished but we didn't cover, we can do this.
We can see the final position.
Right. Board 4, the rook endgame, I think completely drawish. So after rook e4 for black, white just waits. If you take e5, white always takes b4, and then the pawns are running. So Jules Mussar will not win.
No.
Very unlikely.
There is some players, they have to push for the win because, well, they don't have too much difference of rating. Also, Jules is playing with the black pieces. So
Yeah, and somehow, like in some positions, you at least have the possibility to somehow complicate things and so on. Here, it's
like
it's
Pichot,
so-
like yesterday he was playing a very drawish position, and now he's still fighting something.
Also, it was drawish 10 moves
Yeah.
ago, and but again, with Pichot, the thing is, like, we know he's winning because I checked
The
it with the
engine,
computer. He doesn't know. So he's simply trying to find the best moves, and he, of course, understands he has chances now with an extra pawn, with like black having the bad king. But it's very easy to go into to fall into some trap, like in this line that I was showing. Knight a6, bishop d7 looks convincing, looks like the game is over because this is like nothing to discuss. But then after bishop d7, king e7, it turns out that this is a draw.
Yeah.
This is a draw because here black has a fantastic resource. The only move, rook a4. This is hanging, this is hanging, this is hanging. Here, and then rook a3 check. King goes, king d7. And you still have to make this draw, but the position is drawish.
Yeah.
Rook and bishop against the rook. Black just played rook to a4.
And how is that move? That was
This one was winning. This one was winning somehow. Maybe just bishop b4, and then both this and this is hanging. Yeah, I think this was the line. I think this was the line.
So now,
Yeah, after rook a4, bishop b4 is the winning move. And after bishop d7, it's just a check, and rook takes knight, yeah. Not even sure what he's supposed. Knight a6 maybe. Kind of, if you take, I take on b4 and try to say that it's
why bishop d7 doesn't work? Because
bishop d7, bishop g6 check first, and then he takes the knight. Yeah. No, knight a6 is kind of tricky, but then okay, this is also a funny line. Check goes here, and then you go bishop c2. And if this, come on. So this is probably a draw.
yes.
But after rook b4, there is rook c6. And come on, this is also like not easy to find at all, because after rook b2 attacking the bishop, you also have to see that there is bishop g6 and then rook 8. Nah, this is almost impossible.
Yeah, this is like
This is almost impossible. Study.
This is like a really nice
Study, composition. Yeah, the chess composition. So, on the other hand, if we think of it, white might be able to find it simply because that there is not a lot of alternatives. So on this move, bishop b4 looks very natural. Then black plays knight a6, let's say. Is this winning? No. King d8. No, because now, yeah, it's just this, and this. So this is stupid. So he has to find something else. It will be check. King f7. Bishop c2. Rook b4, and if he stops here, he can find rook c6. If he doesn't, then
okay, he's about to play
he's about to play bishop b4. Yeah, bishop b4, as we agreed, it was natural. So next move will be critical. Next move is critical because for black, I don't see any other idea but knight a6.
Yeah,
and then this will be a real test for Pichot. After knight a6. Because anything else, white wins relatively easy.
Yeah, he has to 14. Oh, he played really
knight
fast.
A6,
Knight a6.
Yes. I mean, he probably was planning, right? He spent some time. So this was a critical position after rook c7, and he spent some time, and he decided this is the best he has.
Yeah.
So now he, of course, was aware that there is bishop b4, and the only way I'm staying in the game is by going knight a6.
They are asking about Daniel Darda. He already drew.
Yeah, it was a draw, and we've shown, like, I mean, if you're really curious, you could, I don't know, scroll back maybe when the video is out and find, we were discussing this game a little bit. Okay, I can show this was the final position, so like an equal Caro-Kann game.
Is true. Yeah.
And Darda, he made a strange looking mistake on move 17 when his opponent played knight d5 and he didn't take. So computer says like you take and you're even slightly better with black. And later on, white missed the chance to get the advantage. Much later on, somewhere here, 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 and here. This is less obvious, like knight b4, rook b6, and a3, for some reason was like much better. For white, rook is getting stuck on b6. And
d6
also,
is weak.
yeah, d6 is weak. There is also some ideas of c5. Like if you move, there is like c5 ideas. There is queen f2, sometimes queen f2, queen f6. So this was better for white. Then white captured on e5, d5, and since then it was equal.
Yeah.
Back to board two. Back to board two to Pichot. So if he wins, I have no choice but to call him a master of endgames, because he won very nice endgame yesterday, and then if he wins today, again something which looks very, very drawish. And
wait, what?
He played rook c8 and bishop c2. This is the best move.
Oh wow.
This is the best move, and then just the question is if his opponent's going, or rather his opponent has to take on before, otherwise you just resign. So the question is if he will find that after rook b4, rook c6 is the winning move. This is very important. Because in fact, I think in practice, white has very good chance of winning this position with bishop and rook against knight and bishop, because also black pieces are somewhat discoordinate. Let's say the knight is on e7, it's much easier to defend.
Yeah.
But computer says this one is like closer to the draw, probably a draw, like 0-40.
So
after
the rook against the knight is draw.
Yeah, rook against the knight is draw.
And
Rook against the bishop is draw. But and that's what makes this position drawish. Like if we take here and here. However, white will try to create some sort of an attack and not exchange the pieces.
Yeah.
So that's why. Interestingly, I have no idea why it would be important, but just like for the sake of information, with the dark square bishop, with the bishops of the opposite colors, this position would be winning for white. And again, like explanation of this, I don't really have an explanation why, but I would suspect then you somehow attack on the dark squares, get the king, blah, 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 maybe cut off the knight somehow with the dark square bishop. With the same colored bishops, it is a draw. So now the critical moment. First of all, black has to decide what to do. Seriously, I don't see the alternative. I don't know why. Wait, if, for example... no, there is no such idea. I think you can give a check here and then just take. And if knight b4, you can take a b4. Yes. So this is simple. This is simple. King f8, you win the bishop. Bishop a4, whatever. It's an exchange and a pawn. Yeah. So the only line, black has no alternatives whatsoever. The only line is to take on b4 with the rook. Meanwhile, on board 4, nothing has changed. The position is drawish.
I think they are asking for Jirel, but I don't know.
For?
Jirel. I'm not sure. Joseph probably? No, but he already finished.
Joseph Girel is playing against Pichot. So
yeah.
That's the game we have on a camera, and that's the game we will be coming back all the time. Yeah. So another piece of information: Niklas Huschenbeth, he has won this rook endgame. That was the final position. So the boy, you cannot stop, cannot prevent h8 queen, because this check is answered with rook h4. So currently in the top 10, we have 2 games going.
Yeah.
This honestly looks like a draw. I don't think how long can it go. And much more exciting is, of course, Pichot's game on board 2.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I think... Yes,
yeah,
he's
so
thinking.
we are here. He's still thinking. Yeah. So after tomorrow, what are your thoughts? Will someone have 5 out of 5? Or so it's round 3 today, tomorrow 2 rounds. Will someone have 5 out of 5? Because 5 out of 5 is already a big lead.
Okay,
right?
let me see. If Pichot wins, they will be how many?
On 3 out of 3?
Yes.
There will be quite a few players.
Well, it's not updated. But yeah.
This one is not updated. I mean, up to 10 players, let's say. So they play each other. Let's say they'll have some draws and maybe 4 guys win.
Yeah.
No, maybe not even 4. Maybe whatever. Yeah. So, I mean, if someone will have 5 out of 5, it's almost guaranteed he's the sole leader and will have very good chances, of course.
Yeah. Tomorrow is a very
important and also very tough day.
Yeah, tough day.
Very tough day. So come to join us, to support us. Okay. We are reminded there is one more game. And maybe not even one. So there was a game of, on board 11 maybe, Viktor Michalewski was playing with somebody. I think it was board 11. Yes. It's a board 11. Let me check just quickly what's going on here. Viktor Michalewski, Grandmaster from Israel, against Polish, I would assume, FIDE master. Yeah, Jakub Chizy. So what's going on here? White is a piece down for 3 pawns. White had some serious attack going on. Wait a second. It's white to move, right? So he can do this check. Rook takes, queen takes, king goes, and wait. I was thinking take the pawn, but then I realized there is a perpetual check. Queen g4, queen d1, queen g4. So computer does all this and then says you go queen e6 and you're trying to play. And maybe, yeah, because you start moving the a pawn, maybe white is better still.
Here to exchange the queens is the good idea?
For black, you mean?
For white.
Yes, if we could exchange the queens like with queen h3, it's very likely, we are very likely to win. But I think first thing you want to move, if nothing happens, you probably just move the pawn and so on. But yeah, we could, make it up. Let's say black goes bishop f8 or something. So apart from just going a4, I think this could be winning. Queen h3, king h3, and then we go here, we start moving the pawn, we exchange this guy, so we have two connected pawns in the center, and then we have the a pawn. It's very likely that white's winning. And also white was not forced to do this. So Michalewski's thinking, I don't know, why would you? I mean, what else can you do? You can't do much. You don't want to play this position with rooks. That's what I'm saying. Like you can exchange the queens immediately, for example. But then black has the rook. Rook will get active, and it's much easier to stop the pawns when black has the rook. So if he wants to win, he probably should go for this rook e8 check. Update on the game on board 4. Okay, it's update, but also no update. Update is that black has played g4 and it was taken, and no update because the valuation is the same. It's absolutely equal. So you can take some king f3, let's say, rook e4, and white can just wait. Even this is possible, I guess, right? Check,
taking that pawn
check and g4, yeah. Yeah, if you take this pawn, then rook b4, and strangely, somehow white pawns are running faster.
They are better.
Yeah, like king is close to the pawns. Yeah, white king is close to the pawns. Computer says equal, but equal because at some point black will have to try stopping these pawns. It can get sharp, but very likely to finish in a draw.
But also it's important not to risk too much because a draw is much better than a loss.
Yeah, of course, yes.
And it's important to keep
for Jules, it's like he's of course trying, but he will not go like all in, win or lose. He's waiting for his opponent to possibly make mistake. And on board 2, our game on board. Wait a second. It seems like in Jules' game, someone is in time trouble because they started to play very, very fast. Can it be that our clock is behind? Maybe not. Maybe just...
No, I don't think so.
He took on g4 and white quickly played king f3. Yeah,
okay, maybe. I think we have a view of the clock.
Maybe.
Yes, no, they are in the same
it's
time.
Correct. Yeah, it's correct. All good.
Okay, he just played.
Yeah, he played rook e4 back. And what white has to do is just wait pretty much. So it's interesting that here Compi says g5. Let's say I'm just like randomly moving the pieces. g4. Does black have a real chance? So it goes here, here. Let's say black goes... if black goes here, I always have a check, right?
Yeah,
so this is back. So the best I can have as black is this position, and here I have to take. Here I have to take, and after rook takes, it's still a draw. It's still a draw.
Okay.
And on the second, rook takes b4 played.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not. It did not register. Yeah, rook takes b4 played. So now the critical moment.
This is the
critical moment. Rook takes c6 wins for Alan Pichot.
No.
Rook takes c6 wins.
Yes.
Because the knight is attacked, the rook is attacked.
He took.
And he takes on c6. Wow.
Well done. Yes.
Rook c6. Bravo.
Okay.
Rook b2 and bishop g6 check.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6
and
move, and
finish.
he wins. Yeah. He wins it. Well, very well played.
Yeah, Pichot is really very strong player. Yes.
And those last, last 10, 15 moves, almost like an endgame study. So that's really...
This is a really uncomfortable position for both. Because how you say there is no pawns and many possibilities.
Ah, yeah, you mean like to play it. Yeah,
Yes.
it was not easy to navigate, and he managed it perfectly. He managed it perfectly. So, what can we look at? I don't know. We have this one game of
Jules?
Jules. Yeah. Again, it's not much to comment here, because like it's all the same. King G7. Whenever black tries to take, its rook takes before, and yeah, according to the machine, it's a draw.
The board, wait, 5?
Board 5, I think they finished. Huschenbeth won. Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't have the result yet, but board
Wait till-
5, white has won.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not updated yet, so.
So on board 4, wait a second, some check. What is this check? King G6. Ah, and he's planning to go back, I guess. Ah, okay, so now, at least, we are guaranteed to see one of the two scenarios. One, they agree a draw right now. So
Yes.
check, King G6,
He will go back. He's moving. He's going back.
back to E8, you say?
I think, yes.
Okay, back to E8, but again, then white goes back to B6.
I think they will draw this position. He's taking the look to him. I think.
I mean, he can try to play, to take on E5 and to play this one.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
so white repeats, and then like one thing now
Yeah.
king D7, but after king D7 there is check and back, right? And after king D7 there is check on D6 and going back. Okay, terrible mistake would be to give this check, because then king C6, king gets to C5, gets very active, and black simply wins.
Okay.
Yes, rook D6 played, king to E7, rook to B6. Now the moment of truth. The moment of truth for black. Can go, wait a second, can he go check here, or it's completely ridiculous? Takes D3, no, D3 you lose, or I lose, check here, and then this and this. 2 pawns, you don't even need the B pawn, right? I mean, one of the two will promote. I mean, I'm just looking at some like possibilities to avoid the draw, and so far cannot see any of those.
Okay, he's playing.
He does take on E5. Yeah, so this endgame will be played. He takes on E5, and Marius From takes on B4. Rook E1, yeah, because fun fact that the rook might have gotten stuck here. Let's say if white gets to play king F2, then all of a sudden the rook is getting stuck. So that's why rook E1 relatively quickly.
Rook E1 is important.
And now, again, it's one of those positions that you look at computer, it says, it's equal, it's draw, there is nothing to do. But maybe it's not so easy to play. Again, A4, E5 looks logical. Let's say white goes A5, E4, king F2. I'm just like trying to play this against the computer. Rook A1. And now, for example, in order to make a draw, computer suggests to give the pawn, which it's not easy to do.
What did he play?
He did play something. Let me see. A4. Yeah, after rook E1, he did play A4. Logical. Yeah, pushing the pawn forward. So what to do with black? You can go rook A1. You can go king D6 maybe, or you can, as I was trying, move the pawn E5. So while he's thinking, I'll just quickly show. Remember, we looked at Michalewski's game, so he
Yeah.
went to exchange the rooks on e8 and went queen e6.
Okay, so he's
So
playing really.
yeah, he's playing really well. And now let's say c5, so that the pawn is not hanging. If you go c5, then now computer agrees that you go a4, the pawn needs to be stopped, and then queen h3. And this is, according to the machine, this is completely winning. Takes here, gets to g4, and too many passed pawns.
Yeah.
Too many passed pawns. It's a good chance. It's a good chance for Michalewski, but we will stay with board 4, of course. We'll stay with board 4 here. Yeah. Black to move. Still some time left for June. But it's, again, it's not the position that you can calculate. That's the problem. Like, so you just need, at some point, you need to decide which move you are playing and play it.
Rook
And
A1.
that's what he did. Yeah. So kind of slowing down the pawns. Okay, let me try something. So I will be moving these pawns like rook b5, a5, b4, rook b6, rook b6, and so on. So it's a very slow way. Can black win this if white is doing what I'm planning to do? Like here, let's say, and if I do all that with white, which seems logical, right? And then I go rook b6 and a6. So if we get this position, then all of a sudden, check, cutting off the king e4, and black is winning.
My God.
And black is winning. So the point is, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It's the big difference. Like if you check with the computer, it probably says every move is winning, but over the board, one can easily get in trouble. So strangely, it looks like neither side can make progress if they just stay. Like, so if you try to do something, then you might get in trouble. With white specifically. With black, I'm not so sure. Like after king e3, can you? You can go e5. And then it's
Just
what?
bring the
Then it's
king.
a draw, right? Like here, e4. You
And he's doing the plan you said.
rook b5. Okay. Let's see. This is. And for black, you don't want to split the pawns. Like, you don't want to go d4 because you allow king e4. You don't want to go e5 because you just lose the pawn. So for black, it's very easy to come up with the move king d6.
Yeah.
Because you don't have that many alternatives. Computer was saying some rook a3, but this is not a human move. And I think it's king d6, a5, king e5. Played king d6. This. And then one of the things for white is to just play king e3. And if black is waiting, you're also waiting.
Okay, he pushed. Yeah.
Pushed a5, yes?
Yes.
So rook b5, a5. So now king e5 is... Okay, e5 is also possible, but perhaps king e5 is a trickier move, because now if you go b4, as we already pointed out, before rook a3, black is winning.
If he tries to continue with his plan.
Yeah, if he's trying to continue to push the pawns, he might actually lose. Yeah, I mean, these endgames are actually very tricky, because like there is a common knowledge. You have passed pawns, you have to move them forward, but then you try to do it and you lose. Instead, you have to wait for your opponent to move the pawns, and only then it's a draw. Kind of counterintuitive. Okay, we'll see. Still some time left, so I'll actually scroll and see if there is like some. Maybe the game. Wait a second. We had this Lagarde game, right? Lagarde against Yotam Shohat.
The other French.
It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. What's happening? 4 pawns now. Can you believe it? Like 4 passed pawns for black.
Okay, he moved
Wait. So on board 2, Musat just played e5. So this position is still, the position on the camera is still a draw, but potentially can change. And I suggest we check what is board 13, I think. Yeah. Board 13, Yotam shot against Maxime Lagarde, because this is a very entertaining position with queens on the board. And remember the one with opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
The one with opposite
What
colored bishops.
happened
So
then?
there was something like this. And then White started to pretty much just like trying to create the attack and started to give away all of his pieces, or pawns rather. Rook c4, something. Okay, 4 pawns, rook h1, and now it's black to move. Black wins in different ways. I mean, one of the ways would be rook f4. And not only
Blocking the queen.
Yeah, not only you are threatening rook f1, but also very important, you're stopping queen h6. Yes, rook f4 is winning. I'm wondering if other moves are winning, because white is threatening checkmate in 2, right? Check and queen h6.
Yeah.
But he already did play.
Yes.
Did play rook f4,
He found
so
the
he's
best
winning
move.
now. He's winning now. Also, his opponent is low on time. How to continue for white? Computer gives something like b3, but then black just collects the pawn on g7, and he's totally winning. It's too many passed pawns.
Yeah. He tried to create some
Yeah,
weaknesses.
no, it was a good try on black side, because his position, on white side, his position was lost anyway. So at least he created some counterplay. Wait, there is something happening right next to
Yes.
this game. What is this? This is Volodar Murzin, I think, if I'm not. Yeah.
Yes. Volodar
Volodar Murzin against Benny Eisenberg, and
from Israel.
And Volodar actually is not supposed to win. According to the computer, he was a pawn up for quite a long time, but now black has this attack on h3, and it's a very serious counterplay, it turns out. So, for example, the line could go bishop g7, white cannot save h3, so he takes this guy on b5, black takes on h3, and after rook h5, there is king f7 threatening king g6 to kick this rook away from the h files. It can actually get very sharp.
Yeah,
because
try to push the pawn.
The
Yeah.
pawn is quite close, and so it can also get entertaining. Wait a second. Lagarde's game. Again, I want to go back to Lagarde's game, because white, he made a move on last seconds.
Oh,
Went
4
queen g2.
seconds.
Yeah, he made the move in 4 seconds. So queen g2, d2 check. No, he didn't play d2 check. He played king takes g7, which is of course still winning.
Yeah.
I wanted to make it entertaining, but yeah, it's like he didn't play the best move.
This is the safe move.
Right, he didn't play the best move, and the evaluation is +7, +8 in his favor. I mean, -8 because he's playing with black, yeah, so it's not a lot of excitement, still completely winning for black. And again, white is down to seconds, goes b3.
Now d2.
D2 is the computer move, which wins. You can probably do, like rook f2 is strong as well.
Oh, and he did it again. He just moved with just
With
2
2 seconds. Yeah, he played with 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Incredible. What would be kind of the most boring way of winning? Is queen e4 a win? Queen e4, not great. Still winning, of course, but not great. So you probably want to do something better. How does d2 win? So d2, and then white needs to go to a1, and then rook f2, queen g1. So some beautiful lines. Bishop d5, I guess. Yeah. d2 played. King went to a1, and then someone decided to close our camera. and show his nice back.
Okay, he's moving now.
No, thank you. Rook f2. Oh, playing very strong. Rook f2. Queen g1 is the only move, I guess. Queen g1 is the only move. And then, I don't know, queen f3 looks nice. Bishop d5 looks nice. Bishop d5.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6 is also possible. To go here. Well, technically we are not threatening the check. It's nice to have the bishop so that, you know why? We may be going to g6 so that the queen is free. Now the pawn cannot be taken. Like say we can go g3.
Yeah.
We can go g3. If queen takes, it's rook f1. And otherwise it would be with a check. Yeah, so bishop g6 is also a cool move. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Queen g1. Yes, white didn't have a choice. White didn't have a choice. In Michalewski's game, the queens are off the board, so I presume white is close to be winning. Then in our rook endgame on board 4. Wait, something happened in our rook game on board 4, and black is completely winning. You know what?
No?
Musar. Yes.
He's completely winning?
Now he's completely winning. So what happened was, we've seen a5, e4, e5, and then white went b4. And this is a terrible mistake, it turns out. So in order to keep a draw, white had to go king here, so that after this move, he will be in time to play. Well, it was actually a tricky draw. It wasn't easy. Rook b8. So that if king e5, you can give a check. And if rook a5, you're only having a draw because king d4 and there is no check on a4. And somehow these pawns are stopped, and then you kind of give checks from behind or something. So it wasn't a trivial draw.
And when white played a good risk.
Yeah. So when white played b4 now, it's just e4 and the pawns are going forward.
Yes.
King e3 and rook a3, I guess, or king e5. I think rook a3 is fine, just to cut off the king because he cannot go to d4. You're getting checkmated. So rook a3, cut the king here, and then I don't know. I'm a kind of old school guy. I would bring the king, but apparently d4 wins even faster. Just d4, rook a2, e3, d3. Black pawns are much faster.
Even the g pawn.
Yeah, who cares? Like if you take this guy, it's e3 first, then check here. Yeah.
Okay, he's winning.
He is winning completely. And also his opponent down to 2.5 minutes.
Not enough time, and he is uncomfortable. I like to see the expressions, the faces, and everything, because you can see what is he feeling.
Yeah, very often. You don't need the position to understand who is winning. Yeah. So you see two people, and by their facial expressions, you can tell.
Yeah, and also I think as an opponent, like it's very important to know this, because
sometimes you watch.
It looks like maybe your move is not very strong, but the opponent thinks it's the brilliant move or something like that. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
So he's also an old school guy. He also went with the king, like king e5. So, and it's still completely winning. Yeah, king e5, rook c5. Let's say. Rook a3 is not that great. So computer says after rook c5 the best move is rook a2, because then white is in a zugzwang. He cannot move the rook because d4.
Checkmate.
Yeah, a6 we will just take the pawn, b5 will take the pawn.
Very nice.
So rook has to go back to b5 in front of his own pawn, and then this is the moment where we give this check, king d2, and even go e3, I think. Here, and we go here, king e4, and then rook a2 check, and so on.
Okay.
And rook c5 is played. Okay, so now it's interesting if he will find rook a2. it's not very typical because you have this understanding, okay, white is moving the pawns, I'm moving the pawn, I have to be quick. So I just played rook c5, yeah. And rook a2 might escape your attention. But the thing is that after rook a3, you are still winning. So there is nothing wrong with giving this check and say going to d4, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still winning. It's a little bit longer way to victory, but still winning.
Maybe he will find rook a2 because it's
Maybe
very
he'll-
tricky to like, and very annoying for the opponent. It's like
Yeah,
you
it's-
don't
it's
have
a
more moves, just
nice,
one.
yeah, nice move to play. Rook a2 to restrict your opponent's options. And the moment that he stopped here, it's actually a cool thing to witness because he understands again the importance of playing precise till the very end. But I'm still under like very big impression from Pichot's endgame. Like finding all these study-like tricks is amazing.
Yeah, Pichot,
Pichot, the hero of today.
the
No, of
hero
course.
of endgames.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen a lot of nice games today. So it's not like Pichot exclusively, but yeah, I mean, he's shown that
I'm
he's a really
wondering
good, strong player.
yeah, I'm wondering if he will be in the Olympic team, the Spanish Olympic team.
He could probably. I actually have no idea who is current Olympic team of Spain because like my generation fully retired. I think like Vallejo
Yeah.
and like Shirov went back to Latvia. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah,
Who else was playing for Spain? Ivan Salgado Lopez is training. He's no longer an active player, so I don't know who is currently Spanish national team. To be honest. Or maybe, no, wait, I'm forgetting about Anton Guijarro,
Yes,
of course.
Anton.
Yes, Anton, and yeah. Anyway,
okay, he did play the a2.
he did play rook a2. Wow, bravo.
Okay, the only move.
Bravo,
He didn't
maestro.
spend any.
Yeah, White didn't spend any time because he had no alternatives, right? So rook a2, rook b5. But now, if you think of it, it's also only move for black. Okay, not like only move, but only logical move. After rook b5, this pawn is not moving, this pawn is blocked, this pawn is blocked. Going back doesn't make any sense. Going here also doesn't make any sense. You don't really need this pawn, and you will give White a chance to push forward. So, of course, you give this check.
Yeah,
Of course, you give this check.
and again, we can see the expressions of the opponent,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Marius from...
lying and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he... I think when players kind of having this kind of look, probably he's not looking at the current position. He's thinking, what did I do wrong before? I mean, when, this is kind of a little bit of a lost look.
Is upset with himself. Like,
Yeah. And also trying to analyze, okay, there was this moment on move 30 maybe when I could do something else. Right. So rook to a3. Just play rook to a3. You know what happens? He did ask, there was a moment when he asked something from the arbiter and he asked for additional score sheet because move 60.
Yeah.
And you can only fill move 60 on on the score sheet, right? So they'll get the new score sheet very soon. Well, they've gotten it, yeah. Rook a3 played. So
yeah.
now king e2, king d4, and what computer is doing, it starts giving the a pawn because after rook b7, it's rook a2. Wait, rook b7 doesn't make any sense. If anything, I want to play rook c5, so this pawn is...
To try to keep...
Yeah, the pawn is attacked, so after, let's say, check, and if I go to d1, so that black cannot go king d3 at the very least, but black can go here. So this is how he wins. Go here, now if I keep this attacked, it's simply e2 and king e3. And I don't have a check.
There is no
Don't
check.
have no check from behind, yes. And if I move the rook to have this check from behind, then king d3 and the other pawn is Okay, yeah. And after king d2, it's even easier because you can
E3.
go e3.
E3 check.
e3, king e4, and so on. And I think if black plays e3, it's actually kind of finishes the game pretty much in one move.
Okay.
So, yeah, a lot of endgame technique
Yeah.
today.
We have many results already, and I'm very curious how this game will end. How Jules will make this a win.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, by the way, Mikhailevsky's game, he did win. He did win. It says he won. I don't know. Wait a second. How did he win? Bishop g1, king e4. It says that he won, but according to
This is a draw.
yeah, according to computer, it's a draw. Could it be that his opponent resigned in this position?
No. I think they are moving the pieces, and maybe they didn't put the result before or something like that. Or I don't know.
But what happened? What happened? Maybe he lost on time. Look at the clock. Can we zoom on the clock? 000 or
No.
no? So did he resign or something?
Yes, apparently he resigned.
C5. Wait a second. It's a draw. It was a draw. He resigned in a drawish position. Incredible.
Oh no.
Incredible.
He will be studying endgames and dreaming, having
Yeah,
nightmares with this game.
Jakub, of course, yeah. So he almost saved. It's incredible. Almost saved and then resigned
Oh my
in a
god.
drawish
And
position.
he's laughing. He's like, I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So Lagarde next to, close to this, Lagarde has won. Then Murzin will play till tomorrow's round because they got knight and rook against the rook. We are not looking at this one. So I suggest we stay with this game on board 4. And the moment it's finished, this will be the end of today's stream. And by the way, e3 is played. So it will be soon. It will be soon. One last trick. No tricks anymore. King c2.
It's important to put the result, the kings in the middle
So
before
this
to
is,
analyze because that get.
So people were asking in the
Yes,
chat,
they
why?
are.
Yeah. So I will try to explain on this board that we have, analysis board. So in order to register the result with a digital board, you have to put all the pieces on the initial squares, and then you put the kings in the middle in a specific way. So 2 kings on squares of different color. Let's say white king on e4, black king on... White king on e4, black king on e5 would mean a draw.
A draw.
If you put them on dark squares, d4 and e5 means black won, and finally e4 and d5 means white won. So you're kind of signaling through the digital board how the game has finished, so it registers in the PGN file.
Maybe we can say if the king stay in his file, it means he won, right?
No, but I also thought this, but if you put it on d4 and d5, it will also register as a draw.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily e4, e5. It just, on different colors, it's a draw. If on the same color, the player on which squares the kings are won. So if on dark squares it's black and on light squares it's white. By the way, here we will have the kings on the dark squares very soon. King d4, e2, rook a2. Yeah. Okay, can I find a beautiful way not to win this position? No, I cannot. White just played rook to b8.
Yeah.
Just played rook to b8. How do we win here? We go e2. Okay. E2 is, not very methodical, but funny way to win. So now if rook e8, there is rook e3. Rook to e3, and that's it.
It's
and
enough.
The pawn promotes, yeah. If after e2 you go king d2, then it's a check from here, king goes, and king d3.
There is no check.
There is no check, and rook a1 coming up next.
Yeah. I mean, they play good all the game, and this happened just at the end. They already played how many hours? 5 hours?
Yeah.
almost 5 hours.
But then again, one of the qualities of stronger player is not necessarily that, I don't know, I win a game in 20 moves, but the ability to keep concentration for 50 moves, for 60 moves, and create some small problems. Like not necessarily, like even the position was draw for a very long time, but he will kind of find, maybe we could say that he found the best version of this endgame. He could go for it earlier. First he improved the king, so on and so on. And this is official. After E2,
the hero
Jules
side.
Moussard wins.
Okay,
And joins the leaders.
Yeah.
Join the leaders on 3 out of 3.
Yeah, I know it's an important tournament for Jules. Yeah, so good for him.
Yeah, and I think on this note, it's time to prepare to say goodbye for today.
Yes.
Maybe not to say goodbye just yet, but to prepare to say goodbye. And these are all the results on the top 10 boards. So we have, quite a lot of players on 3 out of 3. And interestingly, couple of international masters, right? So we have Eray Kilic from Turkey on 3 out of 3, and we have Yair Parhov on 3 out of 3 from Israel. And if we can check boards from 11 to 20, Michalewski was also on 2 out of 2 and is on 3 out of 3, right? And then the group with 1.5, a lot of results, practically no draws. The only possible draw could be in Murzinski, but this is it, yeah. This is it. We have all the results on top 10 boards.
And also Van Forest is back.
Van Forest is back, absolutely, yeah. Van Forest has won, so he's on 2 out of 3, back to plus. And again, big challenge tomorrow for everybody. Like you are on 50%, you win 2 games, and again, it's good, right?
Yeah.
You're on 3 out of 3, you lose 2 games, and you feel miserable.
Yes.
So tomorrow is the big
double round.
Yeah,
very
big
tough
double round.
Day for the players, for us, and
for the arbiters, for everybody. And for you guys, you will have to watch 2 rounds of this tournament. So we say goodbye for today and see you tomorrow. So first round will start very
9
early.
a.m.?
9 a.m. our time.
Yeah.
And then hopefully it will not be the longest of all the rounds. And then the second one starts normally, I think.
I think it's
we will check. Yeah, we will check. Tomorrow you have to show at the morning round, and then you will know when the second round starts. Thanks very much. See you
everyone.
guys tomorrow.